I think it has to be, don't make yourself small. Like, don't make yourself smaller for people to be able to handle you. Like, don't shrink yourself so that other people around you can be okay. Like, don't shrink yourself. Don't ever, yani jitokeze wewe mwenyewe kama wewe ni actor, kuwa actor tena wakishua, wajua. So don't ever shrink yourself to fit into other people's boxes and all that. Be yourself through and through. Yes.
I'm Elizabeth Wangui. I'm a lab technician. I look up to a woman in the Bible, Abigail. When the husband talked a very bad way to King David wanted to kill the husband, Nabal. So she had to do something that would soothe the king's heart. And so she prepared very fine food and drinks and took to the king and talked to him softly with kindness and respect. And that is how King David forgave the husband Nabal. He said he won't kill him because of the wife's kindness. It applies to my life sometimes the kind of people you relate with or the people you live with, they have very hard, or they make decisions that they don't want to go back to. They make decisions sometimes that are so hard that you have to get involved and soothe their heart, talk to them in a manner that they understand so that they can change their mind. The best advice a woman has ever given me is to have something with me, like money. Because a woman, when you have kids, if you don't have anything, sometimes you don't have anyone coming to rescue you. So you have to have money for emergencies, or you have to sort yourself first before someone comes to rescue you. You have to be responsible, and you have to go out of your way to make a living. I'd like to wish all the women out there a happy Women's Day.
Pay us fairly, sawa? Pay us fairly with regular salary reviews. Let's start there. Pay us fairly. Secondly, mentor us intentionally. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm looking at places where sometimes men would try and, suppress us. Manake, isi ya mwanamke, isi ya. No. If we're interested in men's fields, again, that's not a competition. That's just, we're both working together for one thing. So pay us fairly, mentor us intentionally, and then the last one is normalize ambition in women the way we celebrate it in men. I think that's the other, instead of calling us bossy or greedy or whatever other name you want to throw at us, no. Normalize ambition in women the way we celebrate it in men. So there's that. So I can't get into who, but I know my mom is like number one on that list, of course. But like generally, I love women that are deeply themselves. The women that don't change themselves, like don't alter themselves to like fit into places. Like they are very authentic, they don't compete, they're always supporting you without competition, they speak boldly, they are just deeply themselves, they don't shrink themselves. I think those kind of women are amazing, to say the least. Like, I try to be that every other day. So So for me, it's both a celebration and a reminder. See, a celebration of how far we've come. Tuntoka mbali, tangu enzi za we can't have our own bank accounts to now we can have that and more. You get what I mean? So a celebration of how far we've come, but a reminder of it's not yet done. Like, I know we're celebrating our milestones, lakini bado hatujafika. Sio? That's what International Women's Day ideally means to me. So, happy International Women's Day. I love you all. Be safe, stay safe. My name is Amalie Chopeta, and that is all for now. Bye. Hello, hamjambo. My name is Amalie Chopeta. I am an actress, a voiceover artist, and a chef. For me, honestly, it's when I've had moments where I've doubted myself, but I still kept going on anyway. You know, strength isn't always about being tough all the time. So I cry, I regroup, I fix my crown, and then I show up again. So basically, yeah, that's what I feel a strong woman looks like.
International Women's Day encompasses what a woman is. When you see a woman, what do you see? You see resilience, you see strength. How many cases of gender-based violence have we had? Yet these women still stand up for what they believe in, their children. The voices to be heard. Like when you have a particular day, it's the same way as when you celebrate Christmas. Why do you celebrate Christmas? And you set it aside to be special. So this is a day that we appreciate women. We realize that we need women. Without women as the backbone of each and everything that we do, then we are nothing. We are null and void. So it's a day to champion women's rights and to make sure that women have a say in our society. My name is Caroline Midimo. I'm an actorpreneur or a performing artist. Once you have more women in leadership, it means it gives you emotional intelligence. You become better at decision making even in the house. There is a peace when you collaborate, because when you are empowered financially and your husband is also empowered financially, that means half the burden. You're able to share responsibilities evenly. So peace is going to be there because there'll be no more fights. And I think women, we were created to be peacemakers. We were created to be homemakers. You can imagine a home that has balance, a home that has respect, a home that has love, all encompassed into one. So when women are in leadership, there is more progression, there is more peace, and above all, love and respect abound.
I think it has to be, don't make yourself small. Like, don't make yourself smaller for people to be able to handle you. Like, don't shrink yourself so that other people around you can be okay. Like, you know, don't shrink yourself, don't ever. Yani, jitokeze mwenyewe kama weni actor, huwa actor tena wakishua, wajua. So don't ever shrink yourself to fit into other people's boxes and all that. Be yourself through and through. Yes.
I'm Elizabeth Wangui. I'm a lab technician. I look up to a woman in the Bible, Abigail. When the husband talked a very bad way to King David wanted to kill the husband, Nabal. So she had to do something that would soothe the king's heart, and so she prepared very fine food and drinks and took to the king and talked to him softly with kindness and respect, and that is how King David forgave the husband Nabal. He said he won't kill him because of the wife's kindness. It applies to my life sometimes the kind of people you relate with or the people you live with, they have very hard, or they make decisions that they don't want to go back to. They make decisions sometimes that are so hard that you have to get involved and soothe their heart, talk to them in a manner that they will understand so that they can change their mind. The best advice a woman has ever given me is to have something with me, like money, because a woman, when you have kids, if you don't have anything, sometimes you don't have anyone coming to rescue you, so you have to have money for emergencies, or you have to sort yourself first before someone comes to rescue you. You have to be responsible, and you have to go out of your way to make a living. I'd like to wish all the women out there a happy Women's Day.
Pay us fairly. Sawa? Pay us fairly with regular salary reviews. Let's start there. Pay us fairly. Secondly, mentor us intentionally. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm looking at places where sometimes men would try and, suppress us. Manake, easy ya mwanamke, easy ya. No. If we're interested in men's fields, again, that's not a competition. That's just, we're both working together for one thing. So pay us fairly, mentor us intentionally, and then the last one is normalize ambition in women the way we celebrate it in men. I think that's the other, instead of calling us bossy or greedy or whatever other name you want to throw at us, no. Normalize ambition in women the way we celebrate it in men. So there's that. So I can't get into who, but I know my mom is like number one on that list, of course. But like generally, I love women that are deeply themselves. The women that don't change themselves, like don't alter themselves to like fit into places. Like they are very authentic, they don't compete, they're always supporting you without competition, they speak boldly, they are just deeply themselves, they don't shrink themselves. I think those kind of women are amazing, to say the least. Like I try to be that every other day. So So for me, it's both a celebration and a reminder. See, a celebration of how far we've come. Tumtoka mbali, tangu enzi za we can't have our own bank accounts to now we can have that and more. You get what I mean? So a celebration of how far we've come, but a reminder of it's not yet done. Like I know we're celebrating our milestones, lakini bado hatujafika. Sio? That's what International Women's Day ideally means to me. So, happy International Women's Day. I love you all. Be safe, stay safe. My name is Amalie Chopeta, and that is all for now. Bye. Hello, hamjambo. My name is Amalie Chopeta. I am an actress, a voiceover artist, and a chef. For me, honestly, it's when I've had moments where I've doubted myself, but I still kept going on anyway. Strength isn't always about being tough all the time. So I cry, I regroup, I fix my crown, and then I show up again. So Basically, yeah, that's what I feel a strong woman looks like.
International Women's Day encompasses what a woman is. When you see a woman, it's special. So this is a day that we appreciate women. We realize that we need women. Without
Guest of honor, Professor John Mande, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Human Resource Administration, the University of Nairobi. Distinguished guests, representatives from government institutions and political parties, partners and collaborators, members of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, ladies and gentlemen, and our online audience who are tuned in from different parts of the world. On behalf of the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, the University of Nairobi management, staff, and students of the University of Nairobi, together with our other partners, Westminster Foundation for Democracy Federation of Women Lawyers of Kenya, FIDA, Women Students Welfare Association, and other stakeholders, I warmly welcome you to this auspicious event, the Public Dialogue on Violence Against Women in Politics. This dialogue serves as a precursor event to the International Women's Day 2026 celebrations organized and under the Department of Political Science and Public Administration Department. Today we gather here to engage in meaningful and timely conversation on violence against women in politics, an issue that continues to affect democratic participation and leadership opportunities for women across the world. We are honored to have representatives from various institutions, including UDA, DAP Kenya, the Independence, Electoral and Boundaries Commission, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, and Political Parties Liaison Committee, among others. Your presence today demonstrates a shared commitment to promoting safe and inclusive political participation for women. It is indeed a privilege to host this important dialogue here at the University of Nairobi, a pioneer institution of higher learning in Kenya that has over the years admitted students from all regions of the world, country, and beyond. It is now my pleasure to welcome the chair of the department, Mr. Oscar Meiwa Otele. Dr. Oscar Meiwa Otele is a political scientist, governance scholar, and senior lecturer at the University of Nairobi, where he currently serves as the chairman of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. His research focuses on African governance, democratic resilience, and China-Africa relations. Dr. Otele has published widely in leading international journals and policy platforms. He is actively engaged in research, consultancy, and police advisory work across Africa and globally. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Oscar Meiwa Otele to take us through the occasion.
Thank you, Lynette. It's okay. Thank you.
exclusion, like the question of having women participating, and more fundamentally the reasons why. Ensure that it's not a very simple kind of an activity. If you look at so-called developed entities like the US and whatever, sometimes over 100 years to facilitate that process of inclusion. So in a democratic question, engage our students going forward is that real issue of how exclusion underpins the process of what? Conflicts in the societies. So the more women are excluded, whatever forms that are used, including that tend to reflect part of the problem and the journey that the society has to be able to grapple with going forward. And so with those few appreciations in terms of the challenges we face, we simply as a department wish to encourage your engagement and hopefully that necessity for a struggle going forward. So karibuni sana. Any one of you wanting to come and join us in other seminars in the department, you're welcome. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Prof. Our chief guest, Vice Chancellor, Human Resource and Administration, Professor John Mande. Our partner, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, our student organization, WOSWA, students in the department, our guests. Good morning. My name is Dr. Oscar Watele. I'm the chairman of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. On behalf of the department, I'd like to take this opportunity to sincerely welcome you to this very important and timely initiative, a public dialogue. This is where we're having a conversation on discourses on violence against women. As Prof has said, it's a precursor event to celebration of International Women's Day. So as a department, we are honored. I would like to take this opportunity to encourage you to engage freely, openly, and share, reflect the journey we have walked as a country. And we hope this conversation will provide action points that will subsequently impact policy dialogue at national, regional, and international level. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Professor Jack Odhiambo, to also offer his remarks. Thank you so much.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Professor John Mande, present here for the Vice Chancellor. Dr. Taylor, Chair of the Department. Our sponsors from FIDA, the representatives of IWD and the other authorities represented, our colleagues, professors, our students, and I also see some very active former students in the field of politics present here. So this is a great occasion for the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences to have such a seminar. We have several ongoing in preparation for this event commemorating the Women's International Day. So I know the Vice Chancellor has prepared a lot to say, so I do not want to venture into the area that he will speak about. So may I therefore welcome Professor John Mande to give his speech.
Good Is it such a cold morning? Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today? Receive greetings, warm greetings from our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Margaret Jason Hutchinson, as well as those of university management that you have important function. I am standing here in fear and trembling because you know about FIDA. You know the brand FIDA, and we also have Westminster Foundation. But today is it's a precursor to the International Women's Day. So may we just request the women that are with us today that we stand up. Please stand up. And let us, the rest of us, recognize them by waving Naitwa Maua. Yes, we just celebrate you, indeed, being distinguished women with us today, and also identifying yourselves as pillars of knowledge, pillars of change, as well as development in the space that you're occupying today. Please take your seats. Asante sana. Dean and the rest of the university community, our partners, allow me to read this speech because you know that then there will be structure in my presentation. On behalf of the University of Nairobi, it is my distinct honor to formally open the public dialogue initiative on violence against women in politics. This has been convened as a precursor to the International Women's Day. I believe it's on Sunday? Yes, it's Sunday the 8th. Yeah. I warmly welcome our partners from government, civil society, academia, and the diplomatic community, as well as our students who continue to make the University of Nairobi a space for critical thinking as well as public engagement. Today, we mark more than just the start of a single event. It marks the launch of a sustained public dialogue initiative, one that seeks to interrogate the challenges and ultimately transform the structures, the norms, and the practices that enable violence against women in political life. I don't know why there is echo there. So I will take that up again. This initiative is anchored in the understanding that violence against women in politics is not episodic, it's not accidental or inevitable. Demand deliberate, collective, and sustained responses. Let us be clear here that violence against women in politics is not a women's issue alone. It is a democratic deficit, it is a form of governance failure, and it is indeed a development challenge. When women are excluded through intimidation, harassment, economic sabotage, or digital abuse, democracy itself is diminished. Societies lose talent, leadership pipelines are weakened, and public institutions lose legitimacy. Allow me to briefly make some observations. Universities are often accused of loving dialogue a little. We also had dialogue. You remember dialogue? For those of the late generation. I don't know whether you share that. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so that was a particular type of meal that was really very engaging. But with the new funding model, those now may be causes of conflict. But allow me to stay on focus then that we are really not just going to have dialogue constantly. We need to think out loudly with purpose. And this initiative is not about producing yet another report or to decorate our shelves. We already have excellent libraries. It is about producing ideas that travel beyond this hall into policy, institutions, and political culture. Violence against women in politics takes many forms. You have threats during campaigns, you have character assassination disguised as political critique, you have online harassment, institutional gatekeeping, and normalization of abuse as the cost of leadership. These practices are not, unfortunately, side effects of competition. They are actually strategies of exclusion. And no democracy can claim maturity when participation is policed through fear. This is precisely why the University of Nairobi considers this public dialogue initiative central to its core mandate. Our role as a public university extends beyond teaching and research. It includes public scholarship. It also includes civic leadership and service to society. Through initiatives such as this, the university positions itself as a convening space where evidence informs policy, where difficult conversations are held responsibly, and where solutions are co-created. The University of Nairobi's strategic plan for 2023-2027 places strong emphasis on inclusive excellence, ethical leadership, gender equity, and societal impact. These are not aspirational slogans, they are strategic commitments. This initiative speaks directly to those commitments by promoting inclusive political participation, strengthening democratic governance, and advancing national, regional, and global gender equality agendas. From the perspective of human resource and administration, I wish to underscore the importance of institutional culture. Universities shape future leaders not through curricula, but through the values we normalize and the conduct we sanction. If we aspire to a political system grounded in dignity, accountability, and fairness, then our institutions, including universities, must model these values consistently. To our students, this initiative is also for you. You are not merely the audience here, you are the next generation of leaders. You are the voters, the analysts, the campaigners, and the policymakers. The political culture you inherit will be shaped by what we choose to confront today. And to the men in this room, your engagement is not optional. It is not optional because gender equality is not a zero-sum contest, because inclusive leadership strengthens institutions and improves outcomes for all. The Public Dialogue Initiative is also a testament to the university's commitment to partnership. Addressing violence against women in politics requires collaboration across academia, civic society, state institutions, and the international partners. No single actor can resolve a problem that is simultaneously legal, cultural, institutional, as well as political. As we begin this initiative in the lead up to the International Women's Day 2026, let us move beyond symbolism. Let us commit to evidence-based discussion, honest reflection, and actionable outcomes. Let this dialogue be the beginning of sustained engagement, one that informs policy, reforms, institutional practice, and public consciousness. In closing, let me just state here that democracy cannot flourish where fear is normalized. Leadership cannot emerge where violence is tolerated. and equality cannot exist where silence is enforced. The University of Nairobi stands firmly for dignity, inclusion, and justice. It is with those many remarks that I take the pleasure to officially launch and open this public initiative on violence against women in politics here at the University of Nairobi. Thank you very much for listening to me. And also, I indulge that as we engage, you will just allow me to listen to one or two presentations in physical, and then allow me to manage some other matters which have been delegated to by the Vice Chancellor. Because if you don't, then you will see me taking calls, and then you will think Naringa na Samsung. Is that okay? Yeah, but allow me to listen, because as I said, I have two lawyers standing between my exit and thank you very much. Who is the MC? Thank you.
Thank you once again, Professor Mande, for those kind remarks, for this auspicious occasion. It is now my honor and pleasure to welcome Leah Kimathi, who will be able to give us a presentation that she has before we can break off for tea. I hope. Sorry for harassing you to the podium, but as you heard from my boss, he'd like to see your presentation before he steps out of the room. I request the ICT team please to help us with the setup. She has a PowerPoint. Kindly requested if I can request the beautiful ladies ahead of us, Virginia and Melanie, if they can give their remarks, and then I can invite Leah to give her presentation. If that's in order with you, sir. With your permission, thank you very much. I invite Virginia from FIDA to give us her remarks about FIDA and this wonderful event we're having.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, all of us. I hope we are well today. Let me just make you comfortable as much as FIDA is in the room. Men, we are very happy to see you, and we are looking to engage you in the conversation. My name is Virginia Kibunja. I work as a program officer and an advocate at FIDA Kenya. I work for the policy and advocacy team, and I'm representing some of our members. Of course, I'm joined by some of our staff as well, and we'll be seeing them around. I don't know whether to give them a chance to introduce themselves, but we will see them around. One of them will be a moderator as well. Allow me just to give a brief about FIDA and the work especially that we are going to be speaking about today. Violence against women in politics. FIDA Kenya has been very instrumental, especially at the forefront of ensuring that women are taking leadership positions. One of our strategic points as per our strategic plan is that we have an increase in the number of women leaders. And so in 2022, one of the initiatives that we actually undertook was highlighting the barriers, because in 2013 and 2017, FIDA Kenya conducted a gender audit, and we realized that one of the major barriers for women in leadership is violence. And so in 2022, we actually did a report. We labeled it, we called it the Electoral Sexual Gender-Based Violence Report. And from this report, it actually highlighted that the highest form of violence against women is technology-facilitated gender-based violence. And so, of course, with Westminster, who are also going to be sharing the study and their feedback on that, we realized that as we're coming in 2027, we already see what AI looks like currently. We're already seeing how women are being treated on social media, and not just from a political angle, but generally from every other angle. So for us, it is important that we come up with solutions that we can be able to use, or mitigation measures for 2027, so that women who are participating in elections will not have to face the same barriers that they faced in the previous electoral periods. And of course, now with University of Nairobi, with Prof. Ann, we've actually worked with WOSWA to conduct university dialogue at the university as well on issues of democracy and politics. We've done the same with other universities, but we are happy to be back again at UON, and we hope to continue the partnership so that we can continue to have as many young women participate in leadership. Because one thing we realized as FIDA is that we have a lot of men who transition from politics from the campus level all the way to bunge. But for women, most of them we really don't see. Wakimaliza pale WOSWA, ni kama wanaenda kufanya vitu zingine. So we decided as FIDA that we are keen to see that some of these young women who contest and who participate in politics also get a chance to do the same once they get outside and they want to contest in elections. So allow me not to extend so much because I know we have to release him. But for now, in case of anything, feel free to engage with us. We are here and we look forward to the discussions. Asante. Let me welcome my colleague from Westminster, Ms. Mullen.
Thank you, Virginia, and good morning, everyone. Thank you, the BBC Prof. Mandy, for graduating me to a lawyer. You're telling me to go back to school. I hear you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, partners, and friends, IEBC, PPLC, political parties, the academia, Department of Political Science. I'm happy to be here this morning. My name is Molen Onyango. I work with Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and I coordinate the work with political parties. This morning I also bring greetings from our country director, Ms. Murino Duori, who could make it here, but she sends her greetings. So on behalf of Westminster Foundation for Democracy, I'm very pleased to join you for this important dialogue as we mark Gain to Gain. So before we begin, allow me to briefly introduce who we are and why this conversation sits at the center of WFD's vision. So Westminster we work with parliaments, political parties, and civil societies to build systems that reflect voices, rights, and the needs of all people. In Kenya, our work focuses on promoting political inclusion, where we've done programs of inclusions of persons with disability in political parties, strengthening institutions, and addressing threats that undermine women's participation, including online and offline forms of violence against women in politics, just as Virginia has said. So allow me also to acknowledge the Department of Political Science, which WFD has a partnership with FIDA Kenya, whose unwavering commitment to advancing women's rights and justice provides a strong backbone for women's political empowerment, and WOSWA, who are also represented in the room, whose leadership affirms that student voices are not optional in democracy, but also essential in shaping the future. So we value our collaboration deeply, as this is the kind of partnership that makes real progress possible. So why is this event here? Why are we here today having this public dialogue on violence against women in politics? This dialogue could not have come at a good time, at a very critical moment, as Kenya joins the world in celebrating International Women's Day. We are reminded this day it's not only about honoring women's achievements, it's also about confronting the barriers that continue to silence them. International Women's Day calls us to reflect the progress that we've made, the gaps that persist, and the work still ahead. And in Kenya, one of the most urgent and persistent gaps is the safety, visibility, and full participation of women in political spaces. As Leah will present here, you will see the statistics, and statisticians in the room will tell you numbers do not lie. The percentage of women in political spaces or in parliament right now, it's not where we expect it to be. For example, the two-thirds gender role, we all know what happens with that. Yeah, so this year's global and national conversations emphasize inclusion, equality, and dismantling of systems that hold women back. Yet, our research shows that even as more women aspire to lead, the political environment around them remains fraught with hostility. And we're happy to have PPLC
ORPP, IEBC, and the political parties in the room. So this dialogue, we have the right people in the room to get some good answers as we go to 2027 general elections. Holding this dialogue now allows us to ensure that International Women's Day is not treated as a ceremony, but as a catalyst for concrete commitments. It gives us the opportunity to anchor the spirit of the day in evidence, action, and accountability. As Prof said, we should not just talk, we should not just do researches to put in our shelves, but it's something that should help us to bridge the gap that is ahead of us. It also gives us the chance to center the voices of women whose experiences too often go unheard in political discourse. Today, conversation is grounded in evidence many of you have helped generate. Leah spoke with political parties. Leah spoke with women who have lived experience, and in the room we have Esther Njoki, who also vied. She'll be able to share with us her experience when she vied. So those lived experiences are very important. So our recent research lays bare the scale, depth, and evolving nature of violence against women in politics across Kenya. So women have told us psychological attacks that chip away at self-belief, sexual harassment disguised as political loyalty tests, economic sabotage intended to aid them out. The political parties will tell us the cost of politics in Kenya right now. Does it favor women? And digital violence that inflates the most private spaces. But I want us to pause, not merely to listen to these findings, but to feel their weight. Behind every captured pattern in a real woman whose ambition was interrupted or whose dignity was violated, a woman was targeted, not because she lacked ability, but because she dared to lead. A woman whose family suffered and consequences of her courage. A woman who had to choose between her safety and her political voice. These are not unfortunate incidents. They are systematic barriers, deeply woven in our political culture, our institutions, and our digital ecosystems. As you engage with this, what Leah is going to present today, and I encourage us all to reflect honestly. Why does tolerance for violence against women in politics still live in our systems and behavior? Why do we remain silent because speaking up is uncomfortable or politically costly? What narratives do we reinforce, knowingly or unknowingly, about who deserves to lead, and what will it take for us to say with one voice, enough is enough? As I was coming here this morning, I read on social media where our young people are. A woman was asked, why are there women in corporate spaces, but there are no women in politics? Not many women are there in politics. So I think this conversation is timely, and it will help us to ask those questions. And we cannot and will not endorse a political culture that forces women to shrink, retreat, or suffer in silence, because the cost is too high and the stake is too high for Kenya's democracy. So as we listen, I encourage us to listen and discuss and have a dialogue and interact with our institutions where they have the mandate to have some solutions to the violence against women in politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marlene, for those kind remarks. It is now my honor and pleasure to welcome Leah Kimathi, who is going to do a presentation on findings from the violence against women in politics research. Ms. Kimathi is an experienced social researcher and activist with extensive background in digital rights, governance, elections, peace, security, and gender mainstreaming across Africa. She currently heads the Council for Responsible Social Media and is also the National Coordinator for the Peace Actors Forum. Without much ado, let's put our hands together as we welcome Leah Kimathi to come and do her presentation on the findings from the violence against women in politics. Welcome, Leah. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I think I begin with a bit of managing expectations. What we have here is just a bird's eye view, because you have, in front of you, you have a brief of the report, but also online will be the full report that has everything. So, so that's the first management. The second management is, I feel like the report has already been presented. Like I'm coming to just sort of give a summary. And partly this is because this is a problem that lives with us. Violence against women in politics is something that we witness, we live with. Perhaps we don't think enough about its impact or what it says about us. But it's something we hear often, and sometimes we even make jokes out of it. Not really stopping to ask ourselves, what's the impact of this over time? How does it even impact us, whether men or women, at private spaces, at personal spaces, and then how does this escalate, further afield to national and even international spaces? And what does this even mean for democracy that we so, clamor for? Now, I wish it's a PowerPoint presentation. I wish we could project it. I don't know what's happening. Hopefully that can happen, but in the meantime, I can speak to it. Now, I think I just want to give a note on methodology, and then key findings, and then recommendations, should time allow. I don't know who is timekeeping for me. I can talk the whole day. So, and I know we don't have the whole day. But anyway, so I'm sure you have the research in front of you. And what we set out to do was to first examine the scale, nature, and forms of violence against women in politics. Of course, we know gender disinformation is part of that in Kenya. Then the impact. We also wanted to ask ourselves, what's the role, capacity, and accountability of political parties as the vehicles of political organizing, as gatekeepers into political spaces, and how do they deal with violence against women within their ranks? Then, of course, finally, we wanted to generate, practical, actionable recommendations. Now, by way of research, we talked to 42 key informants from 10 political parties. We talked to IBC, we talked to ORPP. Is ORPP in the room? Then PPLC. So we talked to key electoral institutions. But beyond that, we also talked to female political actors. We talked to those that made it. So senators, I think I had conversations with 2 senators. Women reps were about 5, those were quite many. I talked to members of parliament, women and men, and then of course MCAs. But also importantly, I talked to political parties officials. I did talk to Secretary General, 2 Secretary Generals. I've talked to executive directors. But I think importantly, I talked to women who vied and did not make it. Their stories are very interesting, and especially when you talk about violence against women in politics. They tend to be invisible, because once you don't make it, then you're supposed to melt and disappear until the next round. But I think the question then is, what is the context of their melting and their disappearance? And especially within the context of violence, if they had experienced violence, or does violence follow them, as we saw. Then of course we had 2 stakeholder validation workshops, one with political party reps, and the other one with the wider stakeholders. Now, I think one of the things I need to point out, but not belabor, is that we are talking about democracy, the effect of VAWP on democracy in Kenya within a global context of democratic backsliding, right? And this is both at a global level, but also at the national level. So we do see the constricting of the civic space here in Kenya.
And this has implications for women's political participation and also for the prevalence of VAWP and gender disinformation. Now, let me go straight into key findings. Now, one, just to make sure that we're on the same page when you talk about what do we understand by VAWP. As we undertook the research, what was VAWP for us? It was any act or threat of violence, whether physical, sexual, psychological, economic, or digital, that is directed at women, first because they are women, but two, because they seek political power, either as voters, as aspirants, as officials within the electoral system, as candidates. So whatever level that a woman seeks political power and she finds, and violence is meted on her. So that for us was political power. And of course it aims at different things. Let's not go into that for now. That was VAWP for us. Now, gender disinformation is part of VAWP. However, with the advent of the digital space, the social media space, it has especially become virilized, it has especially become critical because remember in 2022, when the elections were not as violent as we had expected, I think most of us had a sigh of relief that, oh, thank God the elections were peaceful. They were peaceful because we did not look across board. They were peaceful because we did not appreciate the nature of online violence that happened. And so now looking back at what happened in 2022, we have to put a caveat to elections being peaceful because in 2022 we had high levels of online violence, especially directed at women. So, and this is what we are calling gender disinformation. So what is this? As we utilized in the research, this was the spread of deceptive or inaccurate information. Sorry. Okay, just a minute. Is this long enough? So that I can prevent from there. Wow. Now this is technology. I'm not sure it's an enabler anymore. No, it's okay. So then, this is where we are at. So I'm saying that as we understood in the research, gender disinformation is a spread of deceptive or inaccurate information and images against women, whether they are political leaders, basically women in public spaces, whether they are journalists, sorry. Oh, this is not working very well. When I was, just bring back my presentation. Yeah. Okay, great. So we were saying, we were at the point of gender disinformation, which is, of course, an aspect of VAWP. Now, we do know that it occurs both online, but also in offline spaces. Traditionally, it's on radio, it's on newspapers, it's through rumors. But this time around that, from when social media has really become a key instrument of communication amongst us, then a lot of that has moved into the digital online space. And we know that what we found out is that the aim of gender disinformation, especially around women aspirants and candidates or women engaged in politics, was to make them look untrustworthy, that you cannot trust them. How can you trust them with, such important decisions? Such important, decision process as politics. They are unqualified, they are unintelligent, and they are unlikable. So that was where that was, the main purpose of gender disinformation. Now, very quickly, is that we found out that VAWP is prevalent in Kenya. It's widespread, it's systemic, but it especially peaks during nominations and campaigns. Now, it's rooted in patriarchy and impunity. The fact that those that commit VAWP are not punished, they go scot-free. So there's a lot of impunity around it that then continues to encourage, it's happening over and over again. And there's oftentimes a chilling effect on those that have been affected, either directly or indirectly. For a lot of women that then, come across VAWP, for a lot of women that become victims, they either choose to withdraw from the political space, or they choose to, to make themselves less visible. Or, as I was talking to one woman who, she's currently a women rep, and she's been showing, an interest in the governorship position, and the incumbent governor is not very happy. And when I was talking to her, she was in hiding in Kisumu. She comes from the coast, so she had to relocate her family to Kisumu. And this was not an isolated incident. There was a lot of stories of women saying, oh, I had to relocate, I had to hide, I had to take my family to the rural areas because of threats of violence. Now, we came across various forms of VAWP. It was psychological, it was sexual, I've already spoken to that. With regards to gender disinformation, we came across forms around cyber stalking and harassment aimed to cause fear and anxiety. There was a lot of doxing, private information of women candidates, aspirants being shared publicly. Salimia huyu, we are used to the salimia, which is actually an offense. And a lot of that is done on women. Then of image-based abuse, whether these are sexualized images that are fabricated, cheap fakes. Then sextortion. I think a point on sextortion where women are asked for sex in return for either protection or for political, for political considerations. I think this was especially challenging, directed at young women and married, those intersectionalities. But sextortion was the most chilling of all the forms of violence that we came across. Women that were threatened with sexual violence, quite a number of them withdrew or, managed their political ambitions, as it were. So if you wanted to go for perhaps an MP position, I came across one who wanted to be an MP, but when she was threatened with sexual violence, she downgraded to an MCA, and even that one she didn't get because violence followed her down the road. And what was interesting is that this was really a requirement for party nominations to get, for women to get party nominations. It was sad. And especially, I must say, in the bigger political parties. So this was interesting. Don't ask me which ones, but the bigger political parties, so this was one of those keys. Now, let me go to, so like I'm saying, and I know I'm out of time. So what did we find the impact of these forms of violence to be? So it reduces women's participation, of course, I've already alluded to this, by creating a climate of fear. But what was actually interesting was how it reduces women's political mobility. One, a lot of women wanted to either vie in the safe position of women rep, or you don't want to go for higher positions like governor or even presidency, because the higher you go, the more exposed, and therefore the more likely the violence. Then there was of course issues around personal harm and erodes trust in public institutions and more so in political parties. And ultimately this curtails women's representation and adversely affects democracy more broadly for us. Now with regards to political parties specifically, now we found a number of obstacles. Political parties are the gatekeepers, like I said initially, and they are the chief vehicles around which politics is organized in this country. So they have a primary responsibility to ensure that women's participation in politics is safe, at the very least. But we did find that a lot of political parties did not pay special attention to VAWP. They did not think it was important. I'm done. Okay, so we had structural and institutional obstacles around that, whether it's through fragile institutional structures. We had weak mechanisms of reporting, investigating, adjudicating, and then we had no resources for that. And then, of course, the whole area around cultural and political barriers, where you're talking about rooted patriarchy, insufficient political will, from the women a culture of silence and stigma, impunity of power holders, and inadequate security protocols. All in all, I think in 2 minutes, in terms of moving forward, what we had from the women, what we had from political parties, and what we had from people at large, Kenyans at large, is it's the duty of political parties to create safe and accountable political spaces, and they have to do this through both resilience, but also resistance strategies that deal with VAWP. For women in politics themselves, it's their responsibility to hold space for younger women who are coming up. So they need to strengthen political protection around themselves and incoming women. They need to create solidarity and they need to raise their voice. For government agencies, obviously, it's around the legal protections and strengthening institutions that are supposed to empower and protect women. For civil society organizations, they need to promote accountability and survivor-centered support. For media organizations that are extremely important, especially in terms of framing, shaping, and legitimizing political narratives, they need to report responsibly and equitably. Social media platforms, obviously, this is the biggest and it's the last one, because social media platforms are not just vehicles. They have a stake and they are culpable in a lot of the online abuse that happens. So yes, they should enhance platform accountability, safety, and trust. But in this age of the oligarchy and what is happening in terms of capture of the social media spaces, there is a lot that we need to ask ourselves as Africans, as Kenyans. How do we make the social media spaces safe for women in politics and for Kenyans more generally? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, Leah. Let's give another round of applause to Leah as she exits the podium. I'm sorry we are pressed against time. We're going to take a healthy break. And after the healthy break, we're going to have our panelists who will have a good discussion and have their reactions to the findings. Just in a nutshell, we're going to have our representatives from the Kenya Women's Parliamentarian Association, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, Office of Data Protection Commissioner, the National Gender Equality Commissioner, National Cohesion and Integration Commission, United Democratic Alliance, People's Liberation Party. We're going to have Dr. Justin Magutu from the academia as well as the chairperson of Political Parties Liaison Committee. So let's go for a break. We're going to have a healthy break. We have a cup of tea being served outside. For our online viewers, please hang in there. You can have a cup of tea, you can have a glass of water as the audience in the room takes a healthy break. And we shall be back in about 10 minutes for us to carry on the next session. I welcome all of us who are in the room to step out. I have someone in front of me requesting you can pick the meal kit as you go out for a healthy break. We also have washrooms outside for the gents and the ladies in the event you'd wish to use the washrooms. We have the gents washrooms right on my left. Yes, as you go out of the hall, it is on my left. And right next to the lift, we have the ladies. Please, Professor Katumanga. Thank you very much. I wish to ask you to step out for a healthy break, and then we come back in 10 minutes.
International Women's Day encompasses what a woman is. When you see a woman, what do you see? You see resilience, you see strength. How many cases of gender-based violence have we had? Yet these women still stand up for what they believe in, their children. The voices to be heard. Like when you have a particular day, it's the same way as when you celebrate Christmas. Why do you celebrate Christmas? And you set it aside to be special. So this is a day that we appreciate women. We realize that we need women. Without women as the backbone of each and everything that we do, then we are nothing. We are null and void. So it's a day to champion women's rights and to make sure that women have a say in our society. My name is Caroline Midimo. I'm an actorpreneur or a performing artist. Once you have more women in leadership, it means it gives you emotional intelligence. You become better at decision making even in the house. There is a peace when you collaborate, because when you are empowered financially and your husband is also empowered financially, that means half the burden. You're able to share responsibilities evenly. So peace is going to be there because there'll be no more fights. And I think women, we were created to be peacemakers. We were created to be homemakers. You can imagine a home that has balance, a home that has respect, a home that has love, all encompassed into one. So when women are in leadership, there is more progression, there is more peace, and above all, love and respect abound.
I think it has to be, don't make yourself small. Like, don't make yourself smaller for people to be able to handle you. Like, don't shrink yourself so that other people around you can be okay. Like, you know, don't shrink yourself, don't ever. Yani, jitokeze mwenyewe kama we ni actor, kuwa actor tena wakishua, wajua. So don't ever shrink yourself to fit into other people's boxes and all that. Be yourself through and through. Yes.
I'm Elizabeth Wangui. I'm a lab technician. I look up to a woman in the Bible, Abigail. When the husband talked a very bad way to King David wanted to kill the husband, Nabal. So she had to do something that would soothe the king's heart, and so she prepared very fine food and drinks and took to the king and talked to him softly with kindness and respect, and that is how King David forgave the husband Nabal. He said he won't kill him because of the wife's kindness. It applies to my life in sometimes the kind of people you relate with or the people you live with, they are very hard, or they make decisions that they don't want to go back to. They make decisions sometimes that are so hard that you have to get involved and soothe their heart, talk to them in a manner that they understand so that they can change their mind. The best advice a woman has ever given me is to have something with me, like money. Because a woman, when you have kids, if you don't have anything, sometimes you don't have anyone coming to rescue you. So you have to have money for emergencies, or you have to sort yourself first before someone comes to rescue you. You have to be responsible, and you have to go out of your way to make a living. I like to wish all the women out there a happy Women's Day.
Pay us fairly. Sawa? Pay us fairly with regular salary reviews. Let's start there. Pay us fairly. Secondly, mentor us intentionally. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm looking at places where sometimes men would try and, suppress us. Manake, easy ya mwanamke, easy ya. No. If we're interested in men's fields, again, that's not a competition. That's just, we're both working together for one thing. So pay us fairly, mentor us intentionally, and then the last one is normalize ambition in women the way we celebrate it in men. I think that's the other, instead of calling us bossy or greedy or whatever other name you want to throw at us, no. Normalize ambition in women the way we celebrate it in men. So there's that. So I can't get into who, but I know my mom is like number one on that list, of course. But like generally, I love women that are deeply themselves. The women that don't change themselves, like don't alter themselves to like fit into places. Like they are very authentic, they don't compete, they're always supporting you without competition, they speak boldly, they are just deeply themselves, they don't shrink themselves. I think those kind of women are amazing, to say the least. Like I try to be that every other day. So So for me, it's both a celebration and a reminder. See, a celebration of how far we've come. Tuntoka mbali, tangu enzi za we can't have our own bank accounts to now we can have that and more. You get what I mean? So a celebration of how far we've come, but a reminder of it's not yet done. Like I know we're celebrating our milestones, lakini bado hatujafika. Sio? That's what International Women's Day ideally means to me. So, happy International Women's Day. I love you all. Be safe, stay safe. My name is Amalie Chopeta, and that is all for now. Bye. Hello, hamjambo. My name is Amalie Chopeta. I am an actress, a voiceover artist, and a chef. For me, honestly, it's when I've had moments where I've doubted myself, but I still kept going on anyway. Strength isn't always about being tough all the time. So I cry, I regroup, I fix my crown, and then I show up again. So basically, that's what I feel a strong woman looks like.
International Women's Day encompasses what a woman is. When you see a woman, what do you see? You see resilience, you see strength. How many cases of gender-based violence have we had? Yet these women still stand up for what they believe in, their children. The voices to be heard. Like when you have a particular day, it's the same way as when you celebrate Christmas. Why do you celebrate Christmas? And you set it aside to be special. So this is a day that we appreciate women. We realize that we need women. Without women as the backbone of each and everything that we do, then we are nothing. We are null and void. So it's a day to champion women's rights and to make sure that women have a say in our society. my name is Caroline Midimo. I'm an actorpreneur or a performing artist. Once you have more women in leadership, it means it gives you emotional intelligence. You become better at decision making even in the house. There is a peace when you collaborate, because when you are empowered financially and your husband is also empowered financially, that means half the burden. You're able to share responsibilities evenly. So peace is going to be there because there'll be no more fights. And I think women, we were created to be peacemakers. We were created to be homemakers. You can imagine a home that has balance, a home that has respect, a home that has love, all encompassed into one. So when women are in leadership, there is more progression, there is more peace, and above all, love and respect abound.
I think it has to be, don't make yourself small. Like, don't make yourself smaller for people to be able to handle you. Like, don't shrink yourself so that other people around you can be okay. Like, you know, don't shrink yourself, don't ever. Yani jitokeze wewe mwenyewe kama wewe ni actor, kuwa actor tena wakishua, wajua. So don't ever shrink yourself to fit into other people's boxes and all that. Be yourself through and through. Yes.
I'm Elizabeth Wangui. I'm a lab technician. I look up to a woman in the Bible, Abigail. When the husband talked a very bad way to King David wanted to kill the husband, Nabal. So she had to do something that would soothe the king's heart, and so she prepared very fine food and drinks and took to the king and talked to him softly with kindness and respect, and that is how King David forgave the husband Nabal. He said he won't kill him because of the wife's kindness. It applies to my life sometimes the kind of people you relate with or the people you live with, they have very hard, or they make decisions that they don't want to go back to. They make decisions sometimes that are so hard that you have to get involved and soothe their heart, talk to them in a manner that they will understand so that they can change their mind. The best advice a woman has ever given me is to have something with me, like money. Because a woman, when you have kids, if you don't have anything, sometimes you don't have anyone coming to rescue you. So you have to have money for emergencies, or you have to sort yourself first before someone comes to rescue you. You have to be responsible, and you have to go out of your way to make a living. I'd like to wish all the women out there a happy Women's Day.
Pay us fairly. Sawa? Pay us fairly with regular salary reviews. Let's start there. Pay us fairly. Secondly, mentor us intentionally. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm looking at places where sometimes men would try and, you know, suppress us. Manake, oh, easy ya mwanamke, easy ya. No. If we're interested in men's fields, again, that's not a competition. That's just, we're both working together for one thing. So yeah, so pay us fairly, mentor us intentionally, and then the last one is normalize ambition in women the way we celebrate it in men. I think that's the other, you know, instead of calling us bossy or greedy or whatever other name you want to throw at us, no. Normalize ambition in women the way we celebrate it in men. So yeah, there's that. So I can't get into who, but I know my mom is like number one on that list, of course. But like generally, I love women that are deeply themselves. You know, the women that don't change themselves, like don't alter themselves to like fit into places. Like they are very authentic, they don't compete, they're always supporting you without competition, they speak boldly, they are just deeply themselves, they don't shrink themselves. I think those kind of women are amazing, to say the least. Like I try to be that every other day. So yeah. So for me, it's both a celebration and a reminder. See, a celebration of how far we've come. Tuntoka mbali, tangu enzi za we can't have our own bank accounts to now we can have that and more. You get what I mean? So a celebration of how far we've come, but a reminder of it's not yet done. Like I know we're celebrating our milestones, lakini bado hatujafika. Sio? That's what International Women's Day ideally means to me. So, happy International Women's Day. I love you all. Be safe, stay safe. My name is Amalie Chopeta, and that is all for now. Bye. Hello, hamjambo. My name is Amalie Chopeta. I am an actress, a voiceover artist, and a chef. For me, honestly, it's when I've had moments where I've doubted myself, but I still kept going on anyway. You know, strength isn't always about being tough all the time. So I cry, I regroup, I fix my crown, and then I show up again. So basically, yeah, that's what I feel a strong woman looks like.
International Women's Day encompasses what a woman is. When you see a woman, what do you see? You see resilience, you see strength. How many cases of gender-based violence have we had? Yet these women still stand up for what they believe in, their children. The voices to be heard. Like when you have a particular day, it's the same way as when you celebrate Christmas. Why do you celebrate Christmas? And you set it aside to be special. So this is a day that we appreciate women. We realize that we need women. Without women as the backbone of each and everything that we do, then we are nothing. We are null and void. So it's a day to champion women's rights and to make sure that women have a say in our society. My name is Caroline Midimo. I'm an actorpreneur or a performing artist. Once you have more women in leadership, it means it gives you emotional intelligence. You become better at decision making even in the house. There is a peace when you collaborate, because when you are empowered financially and your husband is also empowered financially, that means half the burden. You're able to share responsibilities evenly. So peace is going to be there because there'll be no more fights. And I think women, we were created to be peacemakers. We are created to be homemakers. You can imagine a home that has balance, a home that has respect, a home that has love, all encompassed into one. So when women are in leadership, there is more progression, there is more peace, and above all, love and respect abound.
I think it has to be, don't make yourself small. Like, don't make yourself smaller for people to be able to handle you. Like, don't shrink yourself so that other people around you can be okay. Like, you know, don't shrink yourself, don't ever. Yani, jitokeze mwenyewe. Kama weni actor, kuwa actor tena wakishua, wajua. So don't ever shrink yourself. to fit into other people's boxes and all that. Be yourself through and through. Yes.
I'm Elizabeth Wangui. I'm a lab technician. I look up to a woman in the Bible, Abigail. When the husband talked a very bad way to King David wanted to kill the husband, Nabal. So she had to do something that would soothe the king's heart, and so she prepared very fine food and drinks and took to the king and talked to him softly with kindness and respect, and that is how King David forgave the husband Nabal. He said he won't kill him because of the wife's kindness. It applies to my life sometimes the kind of people you relate with or the people you live with, they have very hard, or they make decisions that they don't want to go back to. They make decisions sometimes that are so hard that you have to get involved and soothe their heart, talk to them in a manner that they will understand so that they can change their mind.
The best advice a woman has ever given me is to have something with me, like money. Because a woman, when you have kids, if you don't have anything, sometimes you don't have anyone coming to rescue you. So you have to have money for emergencies, or you have to sort yourself first before someone comes to rescue you. You have to be responsible, and you have to go out of your way to make a living. I like to wish all the women out there a happy Women's Day.
Pay us fairly. Sawa? Pay us fairly with regular salary reviews. Let's start there. Pay us fairly. Secondly, mentor us intentionally. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm looking at places where sometimes men would try and, suppress us. Manake, easy ya mwanamke, easy ya. No. If we're interested in men's fields, again, that's not a competition. That's just, we're both working together for one thing. So pay us fairly, mentor us intentionally, and then the last one is normalize ambition in women the way we celebrate it in men. I think that's the other, instead of calling us bossy or greedy or whatever other name you want to throw at us, no. Normalize ambition in women the way we celebrate it in men. So there's that. So I can't get into who, but I know my mom is like number one on that list, of course. But like generally, I love women that are deeply themselves. The women that don't change themselves, like don't alter themselves to like fit into places. Like they are very authentic, they don't compete, they're always supporting you without competition, they speak boldly, they are just deeply themselves, they don't shrink themselves. I think those kind of women are amazing, to say the least. Like I try to be that every other day. So So for me, it's both a celebration and a reminder. See, a celebration of how far we've come. Tumtoka mbali, tangu enzi za we can't have our own bank accounts to now we can have that and more. You get what I mean? So a celebration of how far we've come, but a reminder of it's not yet done. Like I know we're celebrating our milestones, lakini bado hatujafika. Sio? That's what International Women's Day ideally means to me. So, happy International Women's Day. I love you all. Be safe, stay safe. My name is Amalie Chopeta, and that is all for now. Bye. Hello, hamjambo. My name is Amalie Chopeta. I am an actress, a voiceover artist, and a chef. For me, honestly, it's when I've had moments where I've doubted myself, but I still kept going on anyway. You know, strength isn't always about being tough all the time. So I cry, I regroup, I fix my crown, and then I show up again. So basically, yeah, that's what I feel a strong woman looks like.
International Women's Day encompasses what a woman is. When you see a woman, what do you see? You see resilience, you see strength. How many cases of gender-based violence have we had? Yet these women still stand up for what they believe in, their children. The voices to be heard. Like when you have a particular day, it's the same way as when you celebrate Christmas. Why do you celebrate Christmas? And you set it aside to be special. So this is a day that we appreciate women. We realize that we need women. Without women as the backbone of each and everything that we do, then we are nothing. We are null and void. So it's a day to champion women's rights and to make sure that women have a say in our society. My name is Caroline Midimo. I'm an actorpreneur or a performing artist. Once you have more women in leadership, it means it gives you emotional intelligence. You become better at decision making even in the house. There is a peace when you collaborate, because when you're empowered financially and your husband is also empowered financially, that means half the burden. You're able to share responsibilities evenly. So peace is going to be there because there'll be no more fights. And I think women, we were created to
presented to us. You will allow me to welcome our moderator, Brenda Kaz. Brenda is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with over 12 years of legal practice. She holds a Bachelor of Laws from Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, South Africa. She currently serves as the Legal Counsel and Program Officer at FIDA, Kenya. She's actively involved in advancing access to justice, particularly for women, children, and marginalized communities. Brenda is an accredited mediator with the Mediation Training Institute and a member of the Law Society of Kenya. She's widely recognized as a passionate defender of human rights, gender equality, and social justice. Throughout her legal career, Brenda has dedicated herself to promoting gender equality and protecting the rights of vulnerable populations, with a strong focus on combating gender-based violence. And her work integrates legal expertise, advocacy, and community engagement to advance meaningful and sustainable change. In her role at FIDA Kenya, Brenda has equally contributed significantly through legal advocacy and representation, provision of pro bono legal services, public interest litigation, policy and legislative advocacy, community engagement and outreach, leadership roles and strategic initiatives, mentorship programs, public awareness, and legal education, media engagement and advocacy, participation in international forums, collaboration with international organizations. Through her work at FIDA, Brenda has successfully represented and supported numerous survivors of gender-based violence, ensuring they gain access to justice and fair legal process. She has also been actively involved in programs supported by AWDF and UNDP Amkeni wa Kenya, which focus on enhancing access to justice for poor and marginalized women and children, ensuring they receive fair hearings and justice outcomes. Brenda's professional journey reflects a deep commitment to justice, dignity, and equality by combining legal expertise and with strategic advocacy. She continues to work toward building a society where human rights are protected and all individuals, particularly women and vulnerable communities, can live free from discrimination and violence. Let's put our hands together as we welcome our moderator for the next session, Brenda Kadzuyambo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sometimes you listen on, it's still morning. Oh no, it's 11. So we've transitioned to the afternoon. Thank you very much for the kind words. Sometimes you listen to some of the things and you wonder whether they are things you've actually done or not done. But thank you, and I'm humbled. So for today, my task is to moderate, and it's a pleasure to be able to moderate on issues that touch on the work that we do. Personally, I'm very passionate about actions that regard women and children. Nothing biased against men. You're part of the conversation. But I'm very passionate about the rights of women and children. So the public dialogue today is on women's violence against women in politics. We know that violence against women in politics is a growing concern globally. And in Kenya, women who step into leadership often face a lot of intimidation. Harassment, we've heard about TFGBV. It can be technologically facilitated gender-based violence. It can be physical violence. These are all acts that are normally committed to silence women in terms of their democracy and the rights that they have democratically. So today's conversation will bring us together so that we have the key voices who are able to explore the reality and what we can be able to do to ensure that politics remains safe, inclusive, and a safe space for women. So my panelists for today, as I read your bio, kindly just step forward. I'll start with the IEBC. Where are we? Commissioner Mary Karen Sorobit. I hope I got the name right. So Commissioner Mary Karen Sorobit is a Kenyan advocate who was appointed as a commissioner of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. In addition to serving as an IEBC commissioner, she has been practicing law at Robson, Harris and Company Advocates since 2023. Between 2017 and 2021, she served as the Deputy Executive Director and Director of Jubilee Party of Kenya. From 2012 to 2016, she worked as Assistant Counsel at the Judges and Magistrates Vetting Board. Between 2006 and 2011, Commissioner Sorobit was the Deputy Secretary and the CEO in charge of compliance and ethics, and also served as Secretary to the Advocates Disciplinary Committee of the Law Society of Kenya. Please put your hands together as you welcome our first panelist for today. Commissioner Sorobit will be joined by the Office of the ORPP, and from the Office of the ORPP, that is Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, we have CPA Florence Biria. CPA Florence Biria is an Assistant Registrar at the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. where she has served for the last 5 years. She oversees the political parties registration, compliance, party membership management, field services, and election-related activities in the ORPP. She has a focus on inclusion of special interest groups in political processes and leadership. Please put your hands together for CPO Florence Villiers. Our third panelist, thank you, is from the Political Parties Liaison Committee, Mr. Evans Misati. Mr. Evans Misati is an accomplished professional with over 23 years of experience in project management, leadership, and social engagement. He demonstrates a strong aptitude for strategic thinking, analytical problem solving, and innovative solution development. His career has been defined by a proactive approach to project design, planning, policy development, and implementation. Particularly in community development initiatives, he has a robust track record of successfully identifying core issues, forging strategic partnerships, and mobilizing resources to drive social and community projects. His academic background is in studying societal structures and societal interactions. He is deeply informed by the understanding of various community dynamics. His insight was pivotal when he founded the Health and Water Foundation in 2001, where he served as the executive director. Through this role, he has cultivated extensive knowledge of sustainable and global development practices. Which enhances his ability to devise realistic, scalable solutions to complex community challenges. His efforts are complemented by a demonstrated ability to establish and maintain strong relationships with stakeholders at both local and regional and international levels. He ensures effective project execution and impactful results. In addition to his work at the Health and Water Foundation, he has played a significant role in the political landscape of Kenya as the founder of the national chairperson of the Progressive Party of Kenya, PPOK. Since 2021, he has also led the Political Parties Liaison Committee, PPLC, as its national chairman, having recently served as the deputy chairman. These roles have enriched his experience in leadership and governance, where he has been instrumental in facilitating transparent, efficient, and accountable political processes. His leadership at the PPLC has been crucial in informing parties about relevant policies and legislation. He has organized bipartisan forums for open dialogue and has built consensus on national issues that affect our democratic integrity. His commitment to fostering cooperation among various political entities is driven by a steadfast desire to ensure all voices are effectively represented in our national discussions. His dedication extends to his efforts to keep all parties well informed about electoral processes and to ensure their active participation in shaping our democratic landscape. Please put your hands together for Mr. Evans Misati. The hands are going down, the clapping. Thank you. Our fourth panelist, still from PPLC, Dr. Margaret Ndani. Dr. Margaret Ndani is a dedicated educationalist with vast experience and a passion for empowering women. She worked as a quality assurance and standards officer at the Ministry of Education and currently is the Director of Women Affairs and Training, UDA Party. Dr. Margaret is the immediate former ANC Party Executive Director. She served there for about 8 years. She also serves on the board of Forum for African Women Educationalists, FAWEC. On the political front, Dr. Ndani's focus remains on advancing women's issues. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ndani. Doctor just Michael Leo. So Mr. Michael Leo. Mr. Michael Leo is a Kenyan public policy analyst, a social science researcher, a writer, and a lecturer with deep experience in governance, leadership, elections, constitutional reform, taxation policy, and anti-corruption advocacy. He is the director and CEO of Public Research and Development Consultants, PRAD, where he leads research and knowledge building on public resources, policy in Africa since 2019. On public resources policy in Africa. Since 2019, he has served as chair of the Legal and Dispute Resolution Subcommittee of the Political Parties Liaison Committee, providing legal and policy direction to Kenya's umbrella platform for registered political parties, an accredited elections observer since 2017, and a trainer of trainers since 2016. He has observed elections nationwide and trained observers for ELOG, CMD Kenya, and the PPLC. He holds a BA, upper second class honors in political science and public administration from the University of Nairobi. Please clap for Mr. Michael. Our panelists are all set. So we'll go through the system. For each panelist, we'll have a few questions to ask. Leading questions so they can be able to share with us what the plans are as we prepare for the next elections. I'll have to start from here. So, my first question. My first question will be to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Dr. Margaret? No, sorry, not Dr. Margaret, Commissioner Mary Karen. I'll start with you. So, the reports that we have currently on violence against women is that violence against women in politics undermines electoral integrity. I think it's now, is it now better?
Mic testing 1, 2, 3.
So the report finds that violence against women in politics undermines an electoral integrity, discourages candidacy, and erodes public trust in democratic processes. So as the body that is mandated to manage elections and enforce the Electoral Code of Conduct, the IBC plays a very central role in shaping the safety and credibility of the electoral environment. So my question to you, will the IBC integrate gender-responsive risk assessment into its electoral preparedness, especially with the upcoming elections in 2027, so that women generally access safe and secure candidacy? So how will you ensure this as the IBC? You can sit. You're fine.
I'm fine, let me start. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Karen Sorobit. I'm a commissioner at IDC. I'm a lawyer by profession. I chair the Legal Compliance and Political Liaison Committee. I'm also a proud alumni of this institution. I finished in 1993, the last group of A-levels. And for the lawyers, I've practiced law for 31 years now, January. I signed the Rule of Advocacy on the 11th day of January 1996.
Thank you very much. It's very nice and beautiful being amongst colleagues and peers this morning so that we can interrogate violence against women as we go to the general elections. Before I can answer your question, I must appreciate that we've come a long way, but there's still more that we can do so that we can create safe space for women. From the time from biodata, I wish when you had asked me, I'd have given you more, but I did not have been slipped in. When I was in the political space as the Deputy Executive Director of Jubilee Party, from then we witnessed a lot of violence against women and we tackled them. And as I've said, there is more that we can still do so that we can create safe space for all of us. We need more women in political space. And as you know, if you empower women, you're empowering a society. So let's keep the motto. FIDA, I was one of you, and I think I'm still a member. And from Law Society, I was also working there. We worked together and were partners. So, back to the question. As a commission, we are aware that there is a lot of intimidation, violence, and generally hostility, hostile environment against women, and it continues to discourage many women from running for office. As we prepare for 2027 elections, one thing that we are working on as a new commission, we are now 7 months in office, is that we're ensuring that election and gender-based violence risk assessment is built into the overall election preparedness planning. We are now on the process of planning for 2027 election, and this is one component that we are working with our stakeholders so that we ensure that we integrate it as one of the components in the next election. And this one, the most important party here is the political parties and the parties. Because you know, before women come to the space of us as the referee, they must be processed through the parties. So we're working with them so that it is integrated. And this one, you can only do this by mapping or looking carefully at the areas and which ingredients as were presented in the morning, so that we come up with a solution how to compact them in the next election. So those are the target areas that we are working on closely with MISATI and the parties. I think because you know, the political parties liaison committee that I, the chair, and one of them convener with them, they have 91 political parties. And in those, now currently, I think the registrar? Yeah, the political parties are 91. So we work through this platform so that we can map up those target areas and see how we can combat this safety, so that when we are going to the next election, our sisters are safe. So that when you put your name forward, it's not only a question of funding. There is also a question of a lot of harassment, the way we've had this morning. We really need to work on those areas so that we see that it is strengthened. So, again, we are working also with our partners, creating a gender desk and reporting mechanism, the gender desk and a reporting mechanism, so that when during the elections, like now during the by-election, we activated that one at our customer experience center, so that in case you find any abuse or violence against women targeted on all in any form, you put it there so that we can process it and send it to the police. Unfortunately, in the Elections Act, elections offences are domiciled in IBC. And it was domiciled and used to prosecute up to 2016. 2016, for the lawyers, Elections Offences Act was enacted. And the powers to prosecute was removed and taken to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. So as such, when we receive those complaints now, we package them and send them to the Director of the Public Prosecution
for them to package. So we opened in our customer experience center, which is on the ground floor. We receive all complaints on that one, and it is open 24 hours. Like during it's not 24 hours now, but during the election or the campaign period, like during the by-election, we activate it 24 hours so that it's a hotline place, so that they can receive any complaints, be it or whatever nature, even the violence targeted against women and our sisters. So that is one of the preparedness that we're preparing. And lastly, in our voter education and sensitization, we are coming up with programs which are targeted with our partners. I think LG has supported us on that, so that we come up with programs which are specifically targeted towards ensuring that there is no violence against women in politics, so that we can go to the next election smoothly. And we are asking for your support. Help us, because as we enlighten you, we may not reach out to everyone, but also spread the message to another person. Even there may be somebody on the ground who doesn't know that we have a customer experience center that you can report any violence. Encourage any sister who can do it to come up and report there. If you can even report on behalf of someone. You can even do an anonymous letter. You can even send an email, and we will report and act on it real time. Thank you.
So we hear voter education. Sorry, hold it. We hear voter education, we hear voter sensitization, Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, being involved in the journey to protect women, even as they go and prepare for their candidates in the year 2027. But as a follow-up question, what are the specific measures that you feel IEBC on its own will introduce to hold the candidates and parties accountable for the conduct that will create a hostile and unsafe environment? The voter sensitization, education, working with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, but how do we hold each and every candidate accountable together with their parties?
Thank you very much. Let me answer that one seated. One is enforcement of the Electoral Code of Conduct. We have the Electoral Code of Conduct, which is in place, and normally in a by-election, the Electoral Code of Conduct sets in from the day the writ is issued until the day the candidate is sworn. In a general election, is from the day of gazettement of the election date, which is when the campaign starts, until when members are or somebody is successfully sworn in as a whether MP, MCA, and so forth. So that committee is there, and we enforce the Electoral Code of Conduct. And in the recent one, we've had there was a by-election, the one of Kasipul. We even enforced and fined even the candidates who there was violence, but that was general violence. But even now, violence which is targeted against women in politics is the Election Code of Conduct, that one. And we are also encouraging our political parties to entrench the Code of Conduct within their political parties as a mechanism that they can use it, because the Election Code of Conduct is before the election, you sign a peace conduct on how you're going to conduct the election peacefully, without prejudice and everything. You give even your campaign schedule so that two people don't clash on the same day. So if you go against that one, because that is now the Code of Conduct, we enforce it. And in that Code of Conduct, even you are not supposed to use vulgar language or any you maintain peace. There's no violence. So when you breach it, we enforce that Code of Conduct. And we are also asking the political parties, please, in your parties, entrench the Code of Conduct, and not just in paper, also enforce it. Misati, please preach to your, and Mike, preach to, and also my sister here, and Margaret, preach to your members. And not even preaching to members, before you give them that certificate for them to contest and clear, ensure they sign. And not just signing, enforce it.
Can we receive a hearty clap?
Yes. And then on top of that, we also have the NCIC, the National Council of Administrative Justice. We're also working with them. That is the stakeholder which brings everybody within the Administrative Justice Committee. That's a platform that we all, very soon, we're going to launch, to start the election component of
the NCA. And then lastly, we have the election security arrangement programs, which set in as a multi-sectoral sectors in the security. As we go to the 2027 elections, it will be formed. Normally, it's this is a first election. I understand it is just formed 1 year to election, so it will be formed any time from September. So in that one also, we also need to protect our dear sisters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was well said. Can we receive a hearty clap? We know that the IEBC does not work alone. The Political Parties Liaison Committee is part of the IEBC in terms of supporting collaboration to create safe political environments. So, Mr. Misati, you've been mentioned several times. I want you to build up on where Commissioner Mary Karen has left us. So, as the liaison committee that coordinates political parties to adopt and enforce shared standards against violence against women in politics, what is your thought on the collective commitment that political parties can make ahead of the 2027 general elections?
Thanks so much for that question. First and foremost, my name is Evans Misati. I'm the National Chairman, PPLC. And apparently the panelists here, they are all members of PPLC because Madam Registrar here, she's a member of PPLC by action of the Registrar of Political Parties. Mary Karen is the Commissioner Liaison for the Political Parties from IPC. Madam Margaret is the chair of the Women Caucus in PPLC. This is a member. And also Mike is the legal member of the PPLC. So these are members of PPLC. And I'm happy that I'm with them when I'm addressing these issues. First, the issue of political parties has been mentioned severally. And from the presenter, even before I go to here, the presenter said some of the things that they discovered in the research. One, we'll address all the issues apart from the issues where people meet for coffee. You know, we might not do much about it. You know, when people call each other and say, can we meet over a cup of coffee? And we do ABCD, we may not do much on that. But as a political parties, we have what we call the regulations which are developed by IPC, which we try to enforce in the nomination regulations. Remember, we said violence against women in politics. First, we'll have to ensure that during nominations, that is where they mentioned a lot of issues. We ensure whether you are going to intimidate these people by making sure you send goons to them or wherever, you do not have an option because at the end of the day, you have to present a separate list. So it's their right to be there. So whatever you use, you have to ensure that the separate list, when you are presenting to IPC, is achieved. So whether you like it or not, the women have to be there. Whether you intimidate them by whatever means, they are there by right.
But for us to ensure that this intimidation does not scare off particular candidates, especially of the female gender, yes. What is your commitment to that? The
commitment as political parties first is to have a setup where, let me just give you my statement, a unified framework of working as political parties. So that not part A is not working on their way and part B is not working on their way. We propose a unified framework outlining specific shared standards against violence against women across all the political parties, including anti-harassment policies.
We currently have an anti-harassment policy.
Unless maybe UDA, the big parties, I don't know, Madam Mandani, if you have it, maybe you'll say about it, but not many political parties have got that. But that is something that now with Westminster supporting this, we can be able to develop that, including the time we are developing the regulation, campaign financing regulations, we can adopt that. That is one of the things that as a plenary of the political parties we can agree. That's why PPLC will come in. If we can have that anti-harassment policies, then it can be able to help to achieve that. Now, then we need the clear definitions of unacceptable standards. So you see, like somebody can say it's normal, but to some of the things that are abnormal, because from the gaps that we have seen, we need to come up what is unacceptable in terms of treatment of ladies. The other time we had the AIE, where you find some people, a lady, I saw just another one the other day, a lady was well dressed, but some boys decided to put her in a miniskirt and very nicely a miniskirt, and then they portrayed her as somebody who is decently dressed, such like things. And AI now, the use of AI.
You mean TFGBV in terms of AI and
Yes,
other mechanisms?
and other mechanisms. So we must be able to address that. And then you find that these are youths of the opponents, so that to make sure that this lady is depicted in a negative way to the society, so that they say, oh, now this one we cannot vote her.
But you know, perception stays. So for us to be able to remove this perception, how do we support the women in case of such measures? What are the measures you would take as the political party liaison to be able to know that if this particular incident happens, this is part of the measures we will take to safeguard?
First and foremost, we must all approach the issue of information and disinformation as a group of political parties through the PPLC, because we have a forum, and I'm sure everybody's trying to address that issue. As we go to the 2027 general elections, let facts be presented, not deception and disinformation.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. A clap for him. I don't want to be on your case, Mr. Mseti, so I will focus on Mr. Michael Leo. So my question to you is a build-up on what we've just discussed. On the issues of the political party, Mr. Misati talks about the issue of us being able to create a forum and information sharing. But then, what is the inter-party accountability mechanisms that can strengthen the prevention of violence and the disinformation that he talks about? Yes.
Thank you. First of all, let me appreciate the fact that I've been invited to this forum, and I'm very grateful to be back home. Actually, Doctor, this is my home, the Department of Political Science, and I was here. We left the same day with Mary Karen in 1993, so I'm happy. I'm in very good company.
Welcome back.
And I've been in political spaces ever since. So now let me put it this way. Currently, since 2019, I have chaired the Legal and Disputes Resolution Subcommittee of the Political Parties Liaison Committee. And in that process, we have developed PPLC regulations, we have developed PPLC Code of Conduct, we have developed PPLC Disputes Resolution Rules, and we have also developed PPLC Nomination Guidelines. When you look at our regulations and when you look at our Code of Conduct, we really emphasize on respect for gender in all our systems, and that is why in PPLC, apart from even the subcommittees, we also have the women's program specifically dedicated to addressing women's issues, which is chaired by my sister here, Margaret Ndani. And we also have a specific program that deals with youth issues, so that the voice of the youth does not get lost within PPLC, because PPLC is a big thing. So in terms of violence against women, I want to say something that Misati talked about, my chair. I would really appreciate if the Westminster Foundation would convene the PPLC plenary to share this report with them, because this report is very heavy, it is very profound, it's very deep. I've read it, and I think we are missing a big part of this population that need it. Because as political parties, we are guilty. We are the ones who give nomination certificates to people we know are openly violent. We do that. We give nomination certificates to people who assault women. We give nomination certificates to people who assault the youth. So we cannot run away from it. So, Madam Mullen, going forward, if you can convene that plenary and share this report with them, Because going forward, we must have a framework that protects our women. The law alone does not suffice. We must also create awareness in society. Because we are coming from a patriarchal background, we must create an environment that is good, that is comfortable for women to compete in politics. And even just to vote. You know, sometimes people use violence to stop women from voting.
But that is the question we're asking. How are we going to get to support the women so that this violence does not deter women from voting, women from vying? What is the proposal on your end?
Yes.
As a political parties committee, we have the legal framework. We have the community awareness. So what more can be done to be able to support? Because this has been going on for quite some time. So for the next general elections, we are looking towards a framework that can be able to support women so they don't fear getting into elections.
Let me talk from my perspective as the executive director of the Movement for Democracy and Growth Party, on which platform I was invited here. As MDG, we are very particular on how we are going to approach 2027 elections. One, we are going to have very gender-sensitive nomination committees. It will not be business as usual. We will not allow any committee, nomination committee of our party at any level to be all men or all women. There must be gender balance and there must be specific quotas. Number two, we have already resolved, it is in writing, it's part of our policy, that we will have external observers during our nomination processes. Once we have, because we will even engage in ELOB. ELOB is also part of my family in another life. Even FIDA was also part of my family at another level. So we will also engage external observers to monitor what is going on during our nomination processes. And thirdly, we will set clear guidelines with sanctions against any official of the party who will be caught or convicted of a crime against women vying on our party ticket. So I hope, and this is a discussion that is going on within political parties, that we will adopt similar structures and strategies to enable our women to participate more. Now, the law has tried. Right now, MDG, we qualify for the political parties fund. We receive money from the government. The way that money is calculated, Madam FCPA will also tell you, if a party manages to get a young lady elected, can you hear me?
Yes.
If a party manages to get a young lady elected to any seat, their allocation of PPF goes up higher than if a party gets an old man elected to any seat.
Is that a form of...
It is a form of affirmative action to encourage parties to embrace young women, to contest and to support them and to resource them so that they also feel that this thing also benefits parties. Yes, yes.
So
as much as it benefits society.
Is it on a merit basis for the women, or is it to account for more women?
Pardon?
Will it be on a merit basis, or will it be to account for more women joining politics?
No, we want to encourage more women to join politics. One, because first of all, they are the majority in our society. We want to see more of them in power. We want to see more women, like in this panel. I'm very happy that we are a minority here.
Like a slight minority.
Yeah, we are a very big minority here. But we want as many women to take part in politics because, you know, they are our mothers, they are our daughters, they are our sisters, and they must also be the role models of future generations. Women must grow up knowing that actually this thing is possible.
So what are the three most important reforms for your party nominations? Because you see, the research says that at the party primaries, this is the most dangerous stage for women.
Yes.
So what would you qualify as the three most important reforms?
I first of all talked about the nomination committees, the gender-sensitive nomination committees. For us, that is very critical because it is at that level where women get rigged out, where women get kicked out, where sextortion takes place, people demand for sex before they give you certificates. So for us, that is the beginning of the conversation. The nomination, gender-sensitive nomination committees. Number two, engaging external observers to our processes who will observe, record, and report the processes that are going on. Number three, clear guidelines. Our constitution, the party constitution, the MDG party constitution at Article 38 talks about clear nomination guidelines. People must go to the election or nomination knowing exactly what it entails. If they violate our nomination guidelines, we will kick them out. We are very firm.
He has said 3. We will hold you to task with the 3.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Let me add something on that particular one, because I've had, as a chair of the PPS, I've had experience. During nominations, we have the issue of our society, the issue of the relationship at the back at home. You know, in our society, the husband. We have had situations where a lady was given the nomination, and the following morning, before she presents, the husband told her, that was from Western, and that is a specific case. You either choose the family or the politics. So some of those are some of the things that we need some civic education to address the patriarchal issues in our society. That is one of the things that as PPSC we can push so that we are able to address that, because it happens and it affects us.
Thank you for that addition. Mr. Michael Clark. Thank you. So, Dr. Margaret, as the Director of Women Affairs and Training for the UDA party, my question to you is, what is the single most urgent reform that is needed before the 2027 elections, and who do you think has the primary responsibility? Is it the political parties, is it the government, or is it institutions to be able to carry out these reforms?
Okay.
You wear several hats, so we'll start with the UDA one.
Oh yes, I wear several hats. Maybe because out of experience.
Yes.
My colleagues here talk of leaving the university in 1993. 93. I talk of 84. Good. So many of them were not born. The group that side. The group that side. Anyway, if I present UDA, this particular case, and we have the Directorate of Women Programs, training, civic education, a very critical department specifically to handle all the issues we are mentioning here. To me, I look at that as one great step. In all political parties, I know they have got, maybe they have gender desks, which are manned probably by one person. For us, it's a department. We have officers, both men and women. Some of them are here. Youth. Karen, you're here, maybe you can stand. Yeah, she's a youth, and she's in that department. Why is she there? So that she can bring the issues of youth who want to vibe their problems into the department and help us give a way forward, a direction on what should happen. We have a manager in that department, Martha. Yes, then I have Miriam. Then there's a gentleman, Waterman. I think he's out. So what I'm trying to say is that is one of the reforms that UDA party has made. Because we need different voices, both from men, women, young and old. You can see I have got gray hair. Clearly showing I bring something on board. Been in politics for 33 years. So with a younger person who has been there for 2-3 years, there's a lot to learn from this end. How did we get where we are? The hurdles are many. They have been mentioned by the panelists here. But as a party, one of the other thing that we are looking at is the affirmative action in all our organs. That is another reform. When we look at the organ of elections board, it is 50-50, because that is where decisions are made on elections. And therefore, by having 50-50, it means that the women's voice is heard, and therefore right from the planning stage, even before they go out to conduct the party primaries. That is one reform that I want to say UDA as a party, really, we have achieved. And then, during primaries, a system that we use is so transparent that you don't need to worry at all being a woman that will be shortchanged. It is so transparent. It is all digital. It is almost exactly what IBC does. So we don't handle paperwork whereby you find that papers can be, played around with. That is again something else that we have done. Capacity and mentoring. Having young people sitting with the 60-year-old and a 20-year-old, that alone, it's kind of creating confidence in the younger people that actually we can make it. That actually it is possible. Because where I sit on daily basis, we receive women across the country. From Turkana, from Mombasa, from wherever, with different issues on daily basis. And we talk to them. So you find that the women are feeling comfortable and they are feeling, our issues are heard. That alone, we have seen, is making the women in UDA to feel at home and stable. Look at the number of governors. From 7, we have 4. How did they get there? And what are they doing in their counties? They have got many women programs that they are conducting in their counties, just to make sure that more women are coming on board. So what am I saying? I'm saying that as political parties, we need to think out of the box, to have things done in a different way, to listen to the youth, to listen to the young voices. They have great ideas on how we can combat all these issues we are talking about for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you. A hearty clap for her. But I have a follow-up question to that.
Yes.
We've talked about the digital space and how UDA is quite big on how it has been able to digitalize, how it carries out the nominations and the party's activities. But with the coordinated work that it does on the digital space, you find that the online harassment and the issues of bullying and all that still continue, not just through the nominations, but even as you continue towards the campaign period. So what is your take on how this can be able to be gatekept so that we don't have a lot of women facing a lot of harassment, like you said, the AI where you are dressed and given a different head and funny dance moves. So how can we be able to curb that?
Through civics, through education, through a lot of education, giving information. Yes, through a lot of education. We can't stop talking about it. That is the reality. So having lots of education in the party, capacity building, letting them know this is what is happening. Like for us, what we do, we've been having meetings in our parties, women meetings. Every other month we're having a meeting. Every other month we're having a meeting. And we are talking about those kind of issues to create awareness and how to overcome that.
Thank you so much. I think we've had a lot from our panelists. I'll have one more panelist so she can be able to wrap up the first round of the questions, then we can engage the audience. For those who have questions, please prepare them. So we have a set of 4 and then another set of 4. Would like to keep it as brief as possible in terms of the questions, stick to the questions. so that we can be able to move faster. So my last question is on issues to do with financing. So CPA Florence, my question is to you. As the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, should compliance with gender safety and anti-violence against women in politics policies be linked to public funding of political parties, and how can this be implemented?
Thank you very much. Allow me to also, before I respond to your question, to make my disclosure and declaration that I once was in the University of Nairobi, not in main campus. I was at the Lower Kabete campus. I'm a student of commerce, and my area of specialization has been finance. And after campus, I progressed to include strategy and governance. And that's what led me to where I sit today. And before I joined ORPP, my bio was very brief. Before I joined ORPP, I worked for IBC. Then it was IIC in 2010. I was very passionate to participate in the electoral processes. Then I was very young, and I kept being removed from the list of the shortlisted because of age. And I wonder, at age 31, how was I too young, not to vie, to actually work as an official of IBC to conduct an election, then IIC. You see where now gender discrimination starts. Nanzia huko mbali sana. But I'm happy that even IBC has made progress. But why am I mentioning that particular experience and starting from there? Because I was a returning officer in 2013, a constituency returning officer. Already that was the 6-piece election. And of all the 6 positions, including the presidential, because we do the election at the polling station, there was no female candidate other than for the women rep, only for the women rep in my constituency. And even for the women rep, men tried to push to be included as candidates. In 2013, Chairman kama unakumbuka, wanaume walisema even them they can represent women. The law had to be clarified. Yeah, men actually stood very firm to say we can represent women. So you see how patriarchal the society is. I think that before violence became a key feature in politics. So when in an election, in the ballot paper, I'm not talking about those who won. I'm talking about in the ballot papers. No women from MCA all the way up to president except for the women rep. So you wonder, don't we have people who can lead? I thought I would try politics after that experience. But then after that experience, actually withdrew. That I would never try politics. Yeah, because it has continued to be very violent over the years. And even as I stepped into ORPP, is when I realized that there is something that we can do. I realized there's a starting point where we can make politics better and devoid of violence. It may not be achieved in one day because Rome was not built in a day, but we have a good starting point. And having said that, I want to say that we are not devoid of laws in Kenya. When we are talking about laws, if you look at the Constitution, I tried to do a summary last night. Yeah, I tried to do a summary. Niliandika noti nyingi sana about the articles in the Constitution that make provision for peaceful involvement of every Kenyan in electoral and political processes. From Article 10, you go all the way to Article 27, you go all the way. I wrote very many, Article 29, Article 91, and so on and so forth. I had to stop at some point. And I was like, the Constitution have made a lot of provisions, for participation of everybody, because Article 4 itself declares Kenya as a multi-party democracy. So democracy means everybody's voice has to be heard. The majority, the minority, the marginalized. Everybody, nobody should be left behind. The majority will carry the day, but the minority must be heard also and must be given the space to be heard. And when violence against women in politics actually denies the women an opportunity to be heard, to present themselves as candidates, even to mobilize votes for other women who are seeking positions, and even to come out and vote. So when women don't get elected, we say they did not get the votes. But when you deter female voters from voting, then you are actually making sure that a female candidate does not win an election. So I'm coming back to the issue now of, so I'm saying that the laws are there, Political Parties Act, Elections Act, many other acts that exist, including the Gender and Equality Act, many of them. There are many acts that I can list and some I cannot even list offhand. They are there. If you look for them, they are there and the provisions are there. But I think it is our society, number one, which is patriarchal. Okay? And number two, the laws do not contain meaningful sanctions to deter violence against women. Now we're talking about politics, but generally violence against women. The laws are there, but what are the sanctions? Are the sanctions deterrent? They're not. Okay? And who is in parliament to legislate? 90%, they're the men. Okay? So the cat cannot bail itself. I keep saying that the women, let's not give up. We must push our way up. Now, coming back to the issue of financing. Number one, we have made sure that the financing is not by one person. In as far as, especially, I want to talk about political parties now, because the Office of the Registrar registers and regulates political parties. How do we regulate political parties? We ensure compliance. So we have compliance parameters. One of them is the Political Parties Code of Conduct. I know that Madam Commissioner talked about the Election Code of Conduct. For political parties regulation, we have the Political Parties Code of Conduct, which they subscribe to and sign and commit. Alafu wakiondoka hapo sasa, they watch their supporters, contravening. And somehow they try their best, but their best is not best enough. So to the funding, a political party is not owned by an individual, so that an individual does not dictate terms how a political party will be run, whether a woman will be nominated or will not be nominated, whether a woman will be allowed to campaign in a certain region or not be allowed to campaign. Because if this one person is allowed to finance a political party, then they become the master in that political party. So one person cannot finance a political party beyond 5% of the budgetary requirement of that political party in any given year, be it a financial year or a calendar year. We are talking of 12 months. So for simplicity of reporting and accountability and financial oversight, we talk of one financial year. So political parties use the financial year, the government year, for their financial reporting. So one individual cannot finance the budget of a political party beyond 5% of the resource requirement of the party. Number two, political parties have to declare their financial position before elections and after elections, so that we see how much money did they have before elections. We are looking at 3 months before elections and 3 months after elections. How much money therefore have you spent for the election? Okay, because that one also deprived women, and sometimes women, they suffer sexual harassment because they want to be assisted for survival. So we manage the finances of political parties, but also political parties get funding from the exchequer. We have the Political Parties Act, Political Parties Fund, which Mr. Odia talked about, which is supposed to be 0.3% of the national government's budgetary allocation every year, which we have never realized, but we are hoping that one day, probably beyond my lifetime, it will be realized. But we're really pushing so that, because we are for Kenyans generally, because that was a provision in Article 20, it is actually not was, in Article 92 of the Constitution of Kenya, that there shall be created or established a political parties fund. So it means that therefore Kenyans supported the financing of political party from exchequer. But of course there are qualifications. You don't just register a party so that you can get money. Okay, a party must be registered, exist and participate in elections so that it qualifies for funding. There are certain parameters. I may not explain all of them here and now. And now in that PPF, as Mr. Odia was trying to mention, then there is the use of that fund. 30% on SIG programs to facilitate participation of women and youth, PWDs, minorities, and marginalized groups to get elected into either county assemblies or the national parliament. Now, in as far as that is concerned, yes, there is that provision in law. But exactly how is this money allocated? To which particular program that will benefit the women in that category of SIGs, for example? That is the issue. Because, you know, we require political parties to submit their work plans, which the regulator reviews and then releases money as we receive from Treasury. And eventually political parties are considered public entities and institutions. So they get audited by the Auditor General, not ORPP. They get audited by the Auditor General because the fund, if you look at the Constitution, the fund then falls under the category of the monies that are supposed to be audited by the Auditor General. So the PPA falls in that category. And yes, they have gotten, I'm happy political parties have gotten very good audit reports from the Auditor General. But now we need to go down further and see, are these programs really benefiting the SIGs, the women? The issue of oversight now comes in, not the legal oversight, but the social oversight. The women who are in political parties. When you, this work plan, do you even know the work plan of the party that where the money under PPF is being spent on you? Allow me to say this. Most of the women will just keep quiet because they say, if I raise my voice, nitakosa some benefit, na wewe nyamaza nitapewa hii kitu. Wewe nyamaza, you'll be considered for something else. Wewe nyamaza, ukikuwa kichwa ngumu, you'll be expelled from the party. So I think that element of fear. And as an office, we've gone out of our way to build the capacity of women in political parties and generally in the public. To build also to sensitize the women in political parties and even outside. We partner and collaborate with even civil society organizations and FBOs, because you cannot question when you don't know. You cannot demand what is yours if you don't know that there is something for you. So we want the women to demand for what is for them in the parties. Don't sit down and wait for the men to tell you this is for you. It will never happen.
We are campaigning already. Thank you so much. That is very well said, very passionately articulated. Thank you, CPA. So I will open the questions to the audience. Please keep them short. I think she's covered quite a wide range. So we'll start with questioning to her. At least for each candidate, kindly keep it brief. So we'll start with for CPA. In that format, all that should work. Anyone with a question for CPA? No, not for her? Okay. I start with you.
Okay, thank you very much, panelists. My name is Martha from the UDA. My question is to ORPP and maybe the other stakeholders. We hear the conversation, okay, as a political party, our core business is elections. And we have, of course, the gender-based violence happens at the peak during the elections. But we have a situation where the violence is now institutionalized in a way such that we are dealing with goonism, not during the elections, as even beyond the elections. So we have leaders from our political parties who operate with goons, not even, yesterday we had a conversation and we think politicians were telling us, within your budgets, you have to factor in publicity, goons. So it's already in the system, and not even just, even when you have the seat, whether you're a women rep, you have your own goons. So we have to accept and don't not put compliance just during the season of elections. What can we do, or what is being done to ensure that because the political parties own the politicians, or say they are within the political party's mandate, and we also have the new entrants. So it's not a case of just the political parties, it's also even other stakeholders.
You didn't say your name, sorry, and where you're from?
My name is Martha Kega. I'm the manager for Women Affairs at UD.
I'm sorry, that passed myself.
Yes.
Thank you, Martha.
So now that is passed, and quickly also, what these, say, gender-based violence, let's not assume it's just being done by the men. Even the women political class we have, now if you have to be a politician, you also need to have maybe a strategy also speaks to women, because the women are also
perpetrators.
Yes, and in a big way. Once you are a woman, it's like you have to be more or less like a goon. You have to, also be able to fit in. So what is being done in that kind of aspect in case of women, and also to support after the political class we have. I don't know, I think the key institution is ORPP plus the political parties and maybe the partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we take the question first, or we take a second one before we get to answering? Pass it to the back.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Joyce Otieno from the University of Nairobi. My question goes to maybe all of us, or IBC in particular. We are in an age where we have liberalized media and everybody has become a journalist. So as we prepare for the next election, how are you going to ensure that social media training is done to the public, so that they know that if you write something about anybody, gender violence is not just about women, but most about women, how will you be held accountable as an individual or as a blogger for a particular party, so that they go out there knowing that whatever I write, I'm responsible for it.
Thank you, Joyce. The third question, before now we can answer, then we have the two of you. Just let her and the two. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Your name?
My name is Sumaya Juma. I'm the founder of the Shield Maidens, where we train on digital safety and security practices to young women, girls, and persons with disabilities, as we advocate against technology-facilitated gender-based violence. My question would be to all of you in the room. We've talked about TFGBV, if I shared in the morning, and a particular concern is when it comes to education on matters regarding digital safety and security. My question would be, what measures are in place or mechanisms that are in place to curb the ongoing online harms, and if none is available at the moment, which plans are there?
Thank you. We'll take the first three, then I'll come to the two of you. So I'll direct the questions to Dr. Margaret and Commissioner Mary Karen. Specifically, the question on social media and how we can be able to tackle that, raised by Joyce and Sumaya. Then on the question of the IBC, I will raise that to Commissioner Mary Karen. The questions were asked by Mary. Martha, to ORPP. You led one to the IBC and to the ORPP. Who would you prefer to answer? ORPP. Okay, fine. So I'll start with Dr. Margaret. Kindly answer the second question raised by Joyce and Sumaya on the issues of technology facilitated GBV, social media, the sanctions, and how we can go about that.
Okay. I think what we need to do is educate the masses. Thank you. Educate. For me, the first thing is education, creating awareness in our political parties, because many people don't know about it, and let them know that people can be charged. But the first thing that should really happen is fact checking. You know, you might say cybercrime or digital safety and what, but do we really have the facts? So what we need to educate the people is that once you get to know what is happening, get your facts. If you report it, are you able to support that claim? Okay? Because we have seen people, say I've been attacked on social media, this has happened. When you tell them produce the evidence, there's no evidence. And therefore we cannot then help you. So if it is happening and you come to us, let's say as a party, the first thing is, what evidence do you have? So collect all the evidence. Having evidence is very critical. You've seen in most even cases, I'm not a lawyer, but A case will fail because lack of evidence, okay? And rapid response immediately. You know, what response? Are you waiting for 1 week? Then you say, oh, you know, it happened last month. I don't know the date and what. Document. So what I'm saying is documentation is critical in that. Thanks.
So thank you, Dr. Margaret. So documentation and reporting, rapid response, yes. And then after all this, what next?
Then once we analyze it, we take action. We take it now action to the next level.
That is the action.
Sister here. Thank you for the opportunity. She's very right. But again, I was thinking this meeting ought to have also included the police. Because the constitution of this country and the laws of this country vest the responsibility of maintaining security on the Kenya police. So when my sister here talked about goonism and no action is taken, surely we are letting the police sleep on the job. The police must also be held accountable for the violence against women.
But like Dr. Margaret said, you see, the police cannot work without the evidence. Somebody must make a report, the evidence must be collected, and then perhaps then we proceed to, Commissioner, you want to add?
Yes. On top of that, as the way Dr. said, yes, they must be documented, and somebody must report also for the police to act. There is a new act, Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act. Yes. And the person who prosecutes is a police. Must be prosecuted by the DPP officer, but they cannot prosecute unless you document it and report. And time is of essence here. So please ensure, because something you can say, I've been bullied. Yes, you've been bullied, but you need to report it. The police will not act before you report it. But on top of that, for us as IBC, we've been carrying out peace messages. If you realize, on 2 days ago, we were in Uhuru Park. We went out as a commission to reach out even to the public and to the young people who are in Uhuru Park. And now we are rolling out. We'll be even having town hall meetings so that we spread the message of peace before the next elections, because we want to have peaceful election. It is very, very important. And in that part also, on our voter education, we are putting that one part of it so that we try and pass the message. But as we educate people and pass the message, it is very important that you report, and time is of essence.
Thank you. Margaret, do you still want the ORPP to answer the question, or I think it has been collectively tackled? That was clear, right? Something is not clear. What is it?
Okay, just for 1 minute. The issue of institutionalized violence in political parties, use of guns by politicians. I said we have the political parties code of conduct, yeah, and we enforce it very strictly. And there are political parties. One of the things, by the way, I tell you that one of the grounds that the registrar can deregister a political party, it doesn't happen in a day, there's a process that takes about 12 months, is when a party contravenes the political party's code of conduct. Okay? It is under the Political Parties Act, Schedule 2. It is there, you'll see the code. And some of these people who are chest stamping, you said they are politicians, I don't know which politicians, I didn't see them, I didn't hear them, that they have guns. I tell you, tomorrow if you quote them, they will say, I didn't say that, I was misquoted. If tomorrow I said politician X was mentioned to be having guns, okay, and they bring you to make a statement, you run away. You will say that we're just having a discussion in a room, I cannot give a statement. Now that's what happens. That something happens out there, and because ORPP is not everywhere, we are about 100 staff in the office. We only have 12 field offices. We cannot be everywhere. We are relying on Kenyans. When there is a misconduct or contravention of the party, of the act or the code, we expect Kenyans to come and tell us. Because sometimes you see it on news, somebody tells you it was all over news. But who's coming to make that complaint or report? Who's going to give us the evidence so that now we can sanction this party? If you go to the media, people, they tell you our work is to just relay news, but our news cannot be used as evidence against anybody. We've tried, they have refused. to give a statement. So I think that is one issue that as Kenyans, as women, when somebody is saying it openly that they have goons, it is not allowed, because under Article 91, it is very clear that a political party shall not maintain a militia. Goons is a militia, okay? So when somebody says they have goons, we can actually invoke Article 91, which is actually the basis of our Political Parties Act. But then who is going to give us that evidence for us to write to the party and hold them to explain, or for us to invoke the sanction of the registration? If somebody just mentioned it in a meeting like this, I call somebody to come and give us a statement so that we can use to now call the party to order. Everybody says sitaki shida, you know. So then the ORPP cannot be the one that looks for information to come and start invoking a prosecutory process against a political party. That will be malicious and witch hunting of us.
But the OPP can also work with the witness protection to offer protection to some of the victims who are unable to come forth and report. So maybe those are some of the issues we can look into, how the witness protection can also work in coordination with other stakeholders to be able to, because it is not everybody who wants to come up. People fear for their lives. It is a real threat. And that is why you find we are here because of the discussion. So we support the Constitution, but again, we also need the other stakeholders to come in to support us in the fight against the violence against women, especially in politics. I'll close out here for now. Hold your thoughts. We have another panel that is to come up. I think you've been very rich in what you've shared. Allow me to pick the rest of the questions. How many are we? We are 4. I'll start with the lady in yellow. Then the gentleman at the back, Sumeya. Then we can ask our panelists to at least take a break.
Thank you very much. My name is Maseke Rioba from Future Elect. I am the Programs Officer for East Africa, where we train political leaders on ethical leadership. My question will be directed to the 2 gentlemen on the panel, based on statements they made that the fact that we need a unified framework for non-harassment policies, as well as clear definitions of unacceptable standards. So my question is, despite existing mechanisms such as the Political Parties Code of Conduct, the IWD Electoral Code, and various policies and quotas, women in politics are still facing violations. This is more than 60 years after independence, where at least 23% are either elected or nominated. So why the fact that we lack the frameworks to support them is still unclear. And my question is, what are the key institutional or systematic roadblocks that are making us ask for unified frameworks these many years post-independence? Is it that the institutions are weak, or is it that we are just not in position to implement the frameworks that have been put in place? Thank you.
So the issue of the same institution and why we still have the same issues. You say 60 years ago. That is how many decades?
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Ngige. I'm a fourth-year here at the University of Nairobi. I'm doing political science and public administration. I'm also the chairperson of the University of Nairobi Political Science Student Association. And for me, it's not a question, but mainly a challenge to the panel. Because one thing about Kenya is not a lack of laws, it is a lack of values. And that is the whole problem that is affecting our political parties, because we find that political parties sometimes they appear to be more powerful than the institutions that are supposed to govern these political parties. For example, the IBC and the registrar of political parties is supposed to regulate political parties. But you find that sometimes IBC, they let people with questionable character to vie for office, with questionable academic qualifications to vie for office. So my question is this to the political parties, the registrar of political parties, and to the political parties liaison committee. How are you working to prevent this happening in 2027? Because we are just more than a year away from elections. The other thing is about the youth participation. And here is where you find that women and youth are discriminated in Kenya. You find that, and I don't like this version of political parties having youth leagues, women leagues, because it seems that there are higher organs, then there's the youth league and the women league. We find that the decision making, with the decision making organs, they do not involve the youth and the women. For example, you find that some political parties have they have a party leader, then they have 3 deputy party leaders who are men. Sometimes you find the party leader is a man, they say the SG is a man. And you find that these 2 positions are the most powerful in political parties. So how are you working to ensure that this is resolved? Lastly, you find that these political parties, there's a disease that is in both the ruling party and in the opposition, zoning of regions. If there can be zoning of regions, why can there be zoning for women and youth positions in elections? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so sorry we have to cut it short. We don't want to take the voices of the youth out because that is why we're here, but we have to, at the back, there's somebody who had a question. So that is our last question. Then Sumaya, then we close.
Thank you so much. My name is Miriam Chekemoi. I'm a 4th-year student at the University of Nairobi, and I'm aspiring to vie for MCA in my ward. Thank you. A question today is about a young woman who wants to vie for a seat back there in the village while competing with opponents who are loaded with money. How are we going to survive?
What ruled in the case of
after the election? Interestingly, and it came after the election. So I know it will become as a joker in the next election. Because that is the kind of question that is in some of the court. And then finally, on the clearance of people with questionable characters, the people who are supposed to pass someone is EACC. And if they come to the clearance of EACC, what is going to do about it?
Yes, and they proceed.
Because they already come with a clearance from the institution. And nobody goes to court to tell it that this person has a
questionable character.
Quick one. That is heartbreaking reality about the issue of women and where we are not changing. But the truth is we have weak implementation. The laws and policies are not being implemented. societal issues, the attitudes in our society is something that we need to work on. And lastly, limited access to justice. That is the bad reality, but that's where we are. So as much as we try to make sure that we have a framework of doing that, we need the goodwill of the Kenyans. Each politician has a budget for goons, each politician has a budget for bloggers. So it's a bad reality, but we have to move out of there. That's where we're heading to.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the insight. Dr. Margaret, as you close up, you're winding before Mr. Michael responds.
The young lady who talked about she wants to vie as an MCA. Which constituency? Which ward?
Bomet is constituency, Kembu ward.
Very good. Now Bomet has a very good history. Our current woman rep, Toto, she was just as young as you, and she had nothing. She campaigned on a bicycle. She walked around, and she's the woman rep. The sky's the limit. Come to UDA, we show you the direction. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to address my brother there from Nuposa, right? I used to be a member of Nuposa in those days, so I'm happy when I hear your voice. Now let me tell you why political parties have youth leagues and women leagues. It is a resource-based question. You know, the youth don't have as much resources to fight for spaces in political parties. So if you let them to compete with those old rich men, they'll get lost. That's why, like in MDG party, we have a full directorate that only deals with campus and youth leagues, so that their voices are actively recorded throughout. We know what activities are going on and how to assist them in what they are doing. You know, our society has a big economic imbalance. The rich are very old. The women and the youth have less resources.
Perception.
Yeah, it's okay. But I'm just telling you what I have studied also as a social scientist. So we must give a voice to the voiceless and give them strength.
Your parting shot for today, thank you for that. If you can only give us one implementation that you personally would be able to take that can give us impact towards the coming election, personally and as a party.
If there was a question, allow me to speak to it, because I don't think Olie has done justice to it, even though he has attempted.
1 minute.
Because he spoke about his party instead of speaking about all the parties. The issue of decision-making organs that don't have SIGs, and that most of the top positions are occupied by men and not the young or the women. I want to say that the topmost organ that makes decision in a political party is the governing body. In most cases, they are called the NEC, but they can have another name. Generally, they are called the governing body. That's where decisions of a party are made. And the governing body, as a matter of law in the Political Parties Act, will require the youth to sit there, the women to sit there, marginalized minorities, and then the rest of the people. And therefore, we cannot say that the youth are not there. Kindly make sure that you sponsor a youth or a woman who can articulate and canvass the agenda of women at that level. And then the women leagues are a must in every political party, not just in the parties that are represented here, but in all the political parties. Kindly, let's make sure that the women leagues are active, because that's where nomination of into the party list is supposed to happen. But instead, the women leagues and the youth league, they cede that authority to the party leader to do that for them. So I just want to say that yes, you have an opportunity. Please join political parties and activate those leagues, because they are the most important opportunities we have, which the regulator can oversee. Any other arrangement that a party has cannot be overseen by the regulator, but the leagues, parties must actually activate the leagues.
This should have been a full day event, not a half day event, because we seem to have a lot to share. We should be able to continue somewhere. I don't know if you can be guided where the conversation can continue, but I'm going to give each candidate 1 minute to just say something as we close out. They've been very kind and very rich in the conversation, so allow them one parting shot for each. I'll start with my ladies first. Commissioner Mary.
Thank you very much. This has been a very great event. I think the next time we need a full day event. For the young women in politics, I encourage each and everyone to give a shot and a try. And in case of any violence, our customer, we call it customer experience center, Anniversary Towers, ground floor. Please report any issue. And for those bloggers and what have you who are harassing you, have record and report as soon as possible.
Thank you. Mine is just to say thank you to the audience and to the other panelists, and that we have made strides. It's not all too bad. 20 years, 30 years down the line, we have made great strides. That's why you see women in parliament and women as governors and women in very key positions. Our Chief Justice is a woman. And so many other judges and in many other departments. So we are there. We are making it. But let's continue. Karibuni sana. Thank you.
Thank you. My final remark is to invite the youth. Please involve yourself in politics, particularly political party politics. Get involved. Get involved in a big way, the youth and the women, and make your voices heard. There is a lot of space for the youth and women in political parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have had a very healthy conversation. A lot of your comments and views have been taken critically and seriously by the RPP, where we need to embrace for better performance in the fight against violence against women in politics, and we will surely take that seriously. Please join political parties. Politics is best organized through political parties. If you want to join a political parties, you can just go to your phone, dial star 509 hash, star 509 hash. It's a two-step process. You register, and then you will see the 91 fully registered political parties you choose. We have 91, not ODM and UDA and the UGM. We have 91. You'll see them there. Choose. They all have manifestos. Choose, and then join a political party. You cannot be supported by a party when the party does not know you. You just joined 2 weeks before nomination. So please join, be active, let the party know you, the party will support you, and you will get somewhere. Other women have been supported. Kindly, we need women in the governance of this nation, and it is you women who need to step up and take that position. Thank you. Despite the issues of violence, you still have to wait your way and get to the position.
Now, mine will be very short. Now, I wanted to encourage the research, the person who had done this research. One, for us to address the issue of societal issues, the attitude in society, if you could be able to go further ahead and see which communities, particularly in Kenya, women are more empowered, and which communities now present that women are not a little less empowered, where they say hatuwezi chagua mwanamke, so that now we can use the civic education to address the gaps. Particularly, I know like in Central, they are doing very well in terms of women empowerment. They are not doing well. Thanks so much.
Yes, we'll continue this conversation further. I think Molen should be able to guide us where we can continue the conversation. I want to thank my panelists, Mr. Michael, Dr. Margaret, Commissioner Mary Karen, CPF Lawrence, and Mr. Evans. I think you've done us well, done us proud, and they deserve the Obama clap, right? We know the Obama clap. We clap and clap and clap, and then until when they sit down, you stop clapping, but you keep clapping and clapping. Just keep staring at us. But before that, as they walk out, they'll need to take a photo. There's a book that has been shared on the role of political parties in addressing violence against women by Leah Kimathi. So this has been given to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brenda, and thank you for the panelists. That was a very good, engaging conversation, which we need to carry off the cuff. Yeah, I wish FIDA, WFPD can give us a handle, Twitter handle, Instagram handle, where we can be able to carry this conversation further. Without much ado, allow me to request the panelists to stand up for a group photo. I will invite Melen, Leah, and Brenda and Virginia to come on board for a group photo as we move to the next session. Thank you so much. Please don't leave the room. We're still having other panelists coming on board for one more session, which is going to be very engaging. I will request our photo man to take a photo of our panelists before we break off for the next session. Let's give a hearty clap to our panelists as they go to take their seats. Thank you very much. We don't take this for granted that you're still here with us. And for the panel, for the audience, I really want to take time to say thank you very much. For our online audience as well, I wish to appreciate each and every one of you who is tuned in from any part of the world. As our panelists settle down, allow me to welcome our next moderator, Professor Anne Asseyi. Professor Anne Asseyi is an associate professor and chairperson of the Department of Educational and Distance Studies at the University of Nairobi. Her teaching and research focus on education and technology, gender and community development, continuous professional development and lifelong learning. Her work addresses critical community issues including gender-based violence, resource mobilization, equality, justice, and the use of technology in education. Professor Anne Asseyi serves as a patron of the Women Students Welfare Association and the vice chairperson of the University of Nairobi Alumni Association. Professor Asseyi has participated in multidisciplinary and collaborative research across education, health, science and technology, law and society, youth and adult empowerment, career development, geopolitics, human trafficking, humanitarian services, refuge education and displacement. She has served as a principal investigator, co-principal investigator, and research team member in several locally and internationally funded research projects. Professor Asseyi is also an author and journal author. I will also give you a short preview about the WOSWA, where Professor Asseyi is the chairperson. The Women Students Welfare Association is a youth-led feminist organization that advances the rights, leadership, and empowerment of female students in institutions of higher learning in Kenya. Established at the University of Nairobi, the Women Students Welfare Association, WOSWA, has grown from a campus-based women's welfare initiative into a national movement led by young women, graduate students, and female student leaders committed to promoting gender equality and transforming the experiences of women in higher education. The Women Students Welfare Association works to strengthen the voice, agency, and leadership of young women through mentorship, advocacy, research, and capacity building programs. The organization champions issues affecting female students, including access to education, sexual and reproductive health and rights, SRHR, economic empowerment, leadership development, and the prevention of gender-based violence. The mission of Women Students Welfare Association, WOSWA, is to nurture confident, empowered, and socially responsible young women through mentorship, leadership development, and advocacy for the rights and welfare of female students. The vision of WOSWA is to become a leading feminist platform, advancing the development, leadership, and well-being of female students and young women in Kenya and across Africa. Through its programs and partnerships, the Women Students Welfare Association provides a platform for female students to develop their leadership skills, engage in policy dialogue,
strengthen the economic opportunities, and contribute to social transformation within the universities and broader society. Without much ado, allow me to welcome the patron of the WOSWA welfare. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Professor Anna Say, who will take us through the next program of deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette. You made it sound so big. Okay. Yeah, so I'm Anne. Basically, I teach at the University of Nairobi. We have quite a number of students here and colleagues. The panel which has just left, I think maybe their shoes could be slightly raised more than mine, but we will try and fit where you left. Yeah, so thank you. I will start by my panelists. We have 5 of them. I have Asha Bashir, People's Liberation Party. She will be joining us virtually. So IT, get ready on your toes. When I call Asha, she will present virtually. I have Justin. Yes, Justin. When your name is called, you move to the front. So, okay, let me say something small about Justin. About Asha. Asha Bashir is an accomplished advocate, commissioner of mediator and legal director, currently serving as the principal of Asha Bashir and Company Advocacy, where she leads the litigation department. She actually takes pro bono into and FIDA, and contributes the professional through her service on 12 bench dispute resolution in Kenya, Tanzania, and Sierra Leone, and is advanced expertise through study in education and digital literacy. We welcome you to the University of Nairobi. Continue working and doing. Our experience includes service, advancing political leaders and consulting for institutions such as CMD, IRI, FIDA, Kenya International. She has represented Kenya at the International Academy for Leadership, IAF, in Germany. She also serves General of the People's Liberation Party, PFP, serving the partnership and legal docket, and is TV channel and Care Hub, initiates focus on public dialogue and empowerment of women and the youth. Wow, that's a great day. A practitioner with over 14 years of experience. Her expertise and interests include community-led peace building, focusing on early warning, and early response to mechanisms, women, youth, peace and security, prevention of violent extremism, and policy advisory. Regina has work experience in Kenya and Ethiopia and possesses extensive knowledge of Sub-Saharan Africa. She currently works with the National Cohesion and Integration Commission in Kenya. Thank you, Regina, and welcome to this panel. I have 3 now. I want the 4th one. The 4th one is Ruth. Ruth, are you in the house? DAP party. Wow, Ruth. Okay, Ruth, welcome. Please take the next step forward. The chair is not very hot, they are warm. Okay, I have Ruth Ambogo, Democratic Action Party, party in Kenya. So Ruth Ambogo is a governance expert, a lawyer, a youth and women advocate with over 11 years of experience in championing and advocating for the rights of youth and women, with a special interest in the rights of inclusivity in political discourses, processes and appointments, economic welfare of the youth, as well as a consideration of youth interest in national policy and freedom from discrimination and marginalization. She presently serves as the Executive Director of the Center for
Advocacy and Awareness of Youth Rights in Africa, and founder of Young Women Leader of Young Kenyan Women Leaders. Well, her interest in governance stems from her desire to champion and be part of building a value-based governance system focused on promoting the rule of law, inclusivity, ethical conduct, transparency, respect of human rights, and diversity. Also, she looks at sustainability development and sound financial management. She champions and holds public servants to account on these values through her weekly contribution to the national discourses on mainstream media and through public forums. Thank you, Ruth. As I read their bios, please pay attention. Their bios speak volumes and also based on the questions you'll ask. Okay, then I think I'm looking at number 5 now. Number 5 now, I have a young one, Michelle Kerubo. Michelle, where are you? Kerubo Ondabo. Michelle, are you in the house? She's in? Okay. Michelle is a third year law student at the University of Nairobi, a youth leader, representative of the Women Students Welfare Association, representing Faculty of Law. The lawyers were in the house, so she is the current one representing the law, and an advocate for justice and inclusive governance. She is passionate about creating spaces where young people, especially women and girls, can meaningfully participate in shaping policy and social change. Through leadership, advocacy, and dialogue, she wants to be champion of accountability, dignity, and opportunities that allow communities to thrive. That is her. But apart from that, this girl in December helped the University of Nairobi get a trophy among all the universities in Kenya on justice, led by the Office of the President at Kibabi University. So those are the young UONs also you hear about. Yeah, so panelists, welcome to this session. It's not so hot, I told you it is cool. But in case there's anything I've left about you, please say that, you know, I'm also the president of the World Wide Web. Please say it again. Okay, yeah, so the questions are tantalizing and quite good. I'm starting with number 1. Wow. NCIC. That is who? Regina. I'm starting with you. Regina, all these conversations which have been going on around here, yeah, what has come out that resonates with your party? That is number 1, just for testing the mood. Okay.
All right, so hi everyone, I'm happy to be here today. I am not a graduate of the University of Nairobi, but I have an intern in the room who interned in my department at the commission. She just came to say hi. Please wave. She's behind there. She says she's going for a class.
Family, feel at home.
Yes.
Okay.
So at least I have a root in the university.
Okay.
What from the presentation, what touches on what the commission does is that recently we launched a report. We were assessing gendered impact and policy responses on dangerous speech and radicalization in Kenya. And why we did this, it's because we have a role on managing hate speech. And because the Kenyan law, the Kenyan legislation on hate speech does not consider issues of gender. It's not gender sensitive. So let me start on a negative point that the law does not allow us to look at hate speech from a gendered aspect. It only allows us to look at it from an ethnic perspective. And when we say ethnicity, we are looking at religion, we are looking at race, and we are looking at tribe. So we only look at hate speech around these 3 issues. Of course, we know everything is gendered. When we're talking about violence, there's that will be, the way women will be affected, it's not the same way men will be affected. But then the law does not allow us to go to that extent. So even when those issues are raised with the commission, we can only look at them from an ethnic perspective. But then we also, as I said, we know that women have been affected more, we've seen, when it comes to especially women leaders. So we asked ourselves, what route can we use to analyze this issue, the gender responses, the policy responses around hate speech? And because we are not, the law does not allow us to do that, we use the bigger word, dangerous speech. Dangerous speech encompasses hate speech. Hate speech is inside dangerous speech. So tukajificha hapo ndani. And we came up with this document. And when we went to talk to the communities, when we talk about women leaders, they only see the women politicians. So this document has a lot of responses in regards to how women leaders are attacked, are viewed, are seen in the communities when they go for these opportunities, when they want to go for political positions. And so I want to respond to your question with this research, linking it with what has been done by Leah and team, to say that as much as we are limited in regards to looking at gendered hate speech, we also are finding ways of going around it. And in your follow-up questions, maybe I can respond more.
Okay, yeah, I thought maybe you had a marking scheme. Were you given some marking scheme in advance? Because what I was going to ask you, okay, let me now ask you one more, yeah? It seems you had a marking scheme. Okay, how is NCIC addressing what early warning and response mechanism can NCIC introduce to prevent gender-based political violence ahead of the next elections?
All right, what NCIC has done and continues to do, in 2025, towards the end of 2025, we published quite a number of documents. NCIC is the national institution that is supposed to guide, not only to respond to issues when they arise, but also guide, and we guide through policies. We developed these documents to guide on issues of countering hate speech. And we are looking at hate speech and radical ideologies, which we have already said that affect women differently. And we have given the challenges that we experience, and especially online. We've developed the social media monitoring guidelines on hate speech, guiding the various actors in the space on how to monitor hate speech. And that we may not monitor it from a gender perspective, then you who is monitoring from that perspective, then this will help you to see how should I go about monitoring the gendered hate, where should I report, what actions should I take when it happens. In terms of the Kenya National Action Plan on managing hate speech, the National Coalition is the first in the region to develop an action plan on how to manage hate speech.
Okay,
and
Regina,
yes.
Thank you, everybody has 10 minutes, but I was just asking, if I was teaching, I'll give you some good marks, but do you have copies of these books with you?
Yes, they are here, and in terms of early warning as well, we have these, we are documents that are guiding on how to train on mediation, on reconciliation, and among other issues. We have an early warning platform where you can feed in issues that are coming up from your regions, you feed in there, and then we'll be able to respond.
Okay, it's good you didn't come to the University of Nairobi because there's something here they call missiles. Missiles. Missile ile, ulijua the exam in advance. On a lighter. Thank you so much. Justin, you are at the leading university in Kenya with over 50,000 students plus, and the Department of Political Science which you lead, which you are in. So the questions are, what are the broader implications of violence against women in politics for Kenya's democratic future?
Thank you very much. So,
broader implications of violence against women in politics for Kenya's democratic future.
So I think the question is asking us to look at the impact of violence against how it affects the democracy in Kenya. Yeah, so as we've seen from the previous presenters, violence against women is real,
and it's at a very high level in Kenya. So our question is, how does it affect democracy in Kenya? Then the next consideration is now to understand what we mean by democracy. When we talk about democracy, we are actually talking about a space that allows everybody to participate in the taking part in the decisions that affect their lives. So now, when there is a gender-based violence against women, it means that a greater percentage of the population of Kenya is kept away from participating in decision makings that affect that population. And that population, we know that women are about half of the population. So now, when women are not given that space to participate in democracy, then it has a wider implication, meaning that it has an effect on society as a whole. So one of the impacts that is very related right away is that we know that if women are not included in decision making at the parliamentary level, at the county level, county assembly levels, then it means that the decisions that are being made there are not taking into consideration the needs of women. Women have, as much as we have similar needs, we have kind of special needs, and we expect that female women leaders will understand these needs better than when these policies are what we call gender blind.
Okay.
Yeah. So
summarize that. We have another question for you.
So it also impacts on the economy of the country. The women are supposed to take part in the development of the country, but if they are not given that space, then it's our loss. Yeah, and also our image. Yeah, so there are a lot of wider implications when we don't have when there is gender against women, which prevents them to taking or participating in political positions that can have an impact on the performance of the country.
Thank you, Justin.
Yes.
You have some 3 minutes to answer this. Since you are coming from an institution of higher learning, we want to hear from you. What role can universities and students play in combating gendered political violence? Remember, the key word is gendered political violence.
Yeah, so the university and students at the university can play a very important role. To start with, the university has a very key position in society, in that it's the university that trains the people that go out there and make policies, the people that make laws. Yeah, so this is the place that the changes can start. Changes in perspective, changes in attitudes regarding gender against violence against women. So the university itself can lead by example, put in place policies that reflect gender balance, enable female staff to occupy administrative positions, pass policies that guard against violence, general violence, and especially against women, have policies against harassment. Also, I think, include curriculum that teaches about being gender sensitive. So all in all, I'm saying this is the beginning. So this is the beginning where many people pass through, and these are the people that go and become society members, and these are the people that are going to impact on how we relate to the violence against women. Yeah.
Thank you, Ruth. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ruth, your question is, you are a leader of a political party, DAPK, yeah? How do I put it in full?
Democratic Action Party
of Kenya.
Yes.
Oh, where is it based, headquarters?
Karen.
So when I come to Karen, which building will I get you?
You'll find us, the name of the estate escapes me, but I know how to get there. I'll give you the directions.
So there, you will give me the directions.
I'll give you the directions.
Because I can see them looking at you.
Yeah.
Okay, Ruth, Faith. Ruth Ambogo. Why are you calling me Faith? Ruth?
Yes.
So Ruth, I have two questions for you which are critical and you have to make them clear to these people. What mechanisms exist within your party based in Karen to support survivors of violence, especially political violence? Thank you.
First, allow me to begin by saying that when we sit in such forums, we really theorize things and we don't really sometimes bring out the real stories of violence against women. And I've been a victim. And it is sad to see that I was in the political party of Margaret Ndani, and the incident I'm reporting happened when I was in her political party. In 2022, I vied for women representative Vihiga County, and I experienced violence. And it was violence in all types, of all forms of violence. It was digital violence, it was physical violence, it was sexual harassment, it was sexual violence, and it was GBV, it was everything. And the story for me runs that when I vied, of course I was a young woman, I was very articulate, very bold, very understanding of the ground, and I had gained quite some popularity in a very short period of time. And that of course poses as a threat to women. And sometimes when we talk about violence, we think violence is about men violating women, when in the real sense, if you're a woman representative vying against fellow women, it is the women who will violate you most of the time. And the men will act as agents being sent by those particular women. So my case is that after some time of gaining popularity, somebody in my campaign team was raped. A daughter to my PA was raped. This was a 28-year-old girl who was a virgin, who's actually had mental brain development issues. And it was quite an unfortunate incident because I tried everything. I reported to the police, the boy was arrested, the boy who raped the girl was arrested, and he was a mole in my team. So when we're talking about political mobilization and what women should do to prevent these things, number one, check who are the people in your team. Because for me, I knew this person as my chief campaigner, and yet he was actually a mole in my team sent by another woman who was vying to come and, you know, gather secrets and pass them on. And then when they tried everything, when they tried insults online, abuses and everything, when everything did not work, including sometimes you are going to a podium to campaign, when we were campaigning for the Matungu by-elections, I was very active in ANC and I was really supporting Musalia Mudavadi. I remember one time, I was climbing a podium and I was wearing a dress, and my competitor sent her PA to lift my skirt up. That's a form of violence. So when all that could not work, they sent this PA of mine who was a mole to rape my PA's daughter. And that is what got me out of politics completely. And I'm not saying that I've given up on politics, but the point is now the reporting mechanisms, which is what I'm going to go to. The political party reporting mechanisms. I went to the police. This boy was in a cell. While he's in a cell, he has access to his phone. He's tweeting and posting on Facebook that I have accused him of rape because he wanted me sexually and I refused. And remember how when you are to a ground, so they have numbers and they have followers. So you're trying to push the narrative, not even a narrative, you're trying to tell the truth that this boy has raped my PA's daughter, but his narrative, which is more appealing, is that you refused he refused your sexual advances. So now you're accusing him of rape. So the police, and I agree with you when you said, when we are having these conversations, where are the police involved? Because what happened again also, when the boy was arrested, he ended up talking to other male politicians who he was working for as a blogger to release him. Then as I'm doing this, the girl is in hospital. Remember, we also have hospital processes because she has been raped. She has lost over 2 basins of blood. I'm in Nairobi at the time when this has happened. The girl has bled. She needs to be stitched. She needs to be given blood. I don't have money. I'm a young aspirant. And that's why the lady at the back who was asking, she wants to buy, but where is the money? My dear, you have to look for the money. Whether that is that you have to get into business as early as now to make your own money, whether that is to look for people who can finance your campaign as soon as now, because you will get into incidences where somebody has been raped, they are bleeding, they need to be stitched. What happens? Where are you getting the money from? And then now the political party reporting mechanisms. They had a dispute resolution office. I remember reaching out. I reached out to so many politicians. And it was so hard. Imagine your fellow politicians, including women politicians, you don't know, you've never experienced this you're experiencing it for the first time. Where do you go? So I remember reporting, and I actually made a phone call and I said, guys, this has happened to me. Nobody bothered to follow back. Nobody bothered to ask me what happened. That story died, and right now, I'm now being admitted to the bar as an advocate. It's the first case I'm going to handle, because everybody failed me, including the justice system. So you can imagine, I tried everything. I was a lawyer, I knew what to do, but I tried everything, and everybody failed me. So when we talk about political party, and that's why some of us leave these big political parties, we go to smaller political parties where systems are established like DAP. In DAP, we have, for example, we have a dispute resolution mechanism, a dispute resolution committee, an internal dispute resolution committee where mediation is done in such cases. But it is not the first point of resort. Okay. We have, let me just finish. We have a disciplinary committee that investigates such cases and applies sanctions. And also, in terms of just ensuring that women in our political party feel safe, we have applied the truth agenda principle, which I had her speaking about, the office of the ORPP. They are talking about why, even in political party structures, we need to have women representation. At our NEC, we have 76 members, 39 are women. At our National Management Committee, we have 15 members, 7 are women. So women in our political party feel safe. They feel like they are protected. They feel that if something is to ever happen to me, I have a place to report. And we also have a women caucus that is led by Dr. Patricia Iteo. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not laughing because of anything, but I'm just laughing because you've answered only your 2 questions in one. In summary, so I was wondering whether you also had the missile of knowing what is. Okay. So the other question was on accountability, which you've really talked about, and we may not go back to that question. It is what you just explained. Thank you so much. I'm going now to the young girl, the WOSWA. I told you she's a third-year law student, but very versed on issues of women. We will be fast enough. Please don't go away. Hear from all the panelists so that they feel encouraged. Yeah, so just 1 minute. This idea of technology where we have everything on your phone. You work with all your gadgets. Okay. PLB, MDG, WOSWA. Youth as accountability actors. Yeah. Can you give us the role of student activism in shaping democratic process, especially in relation to political parties' violence? And how do you think the students, especially the female, can be involved in the process of what is being discussed here? How do we involve the students, especially the young one like you? Maybe you want to be the women rep, Nyamira, where is it? Where are we? Can you give some idea of how student activism can be more strengthened and more shaped to be partly involved in the democratic process with the right structures, norms, and everything put in place so that we don't go through what she went through in Vihiga? Thank you.
Okay. So I am Michelle, as she said. And when we come to students, the young people generally are very loud and vocal, and they like speaking out about whatever it is that is going on around. But the main problem that we face, other than funds, is usually a leader, like someone who is a senior and understands whatever is going on and the right avenues we should use, and to generally guide us. So I'd say when we come to student activism, we already have the energy and the morale and the psyche. So what we really need is an adult, or rather adults, who agree or who we have similar agendas with, who can guide us and show us this is the right path, rather than fighting like this, you should speak to them like this, go to this office and things like that. I believe with such we'd be able to achieve more rather than just making noise, as is often seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number 2, that's the last one. Protecting emerging young women leaders. I know you people are campaigning and you want to be leaders, and from here you want to move to the ground. Young women are particularly vulnerable to digital harassment, which has been indicated here. Young women are particularly vulnerable to digital harassment and reputational attacks. What initiatives can WOSWA champion to equip and protect young women leaders from gendered disinformation before they enter national political spaces? Can borrow from her. How can WOSWA, what initiatives can WOSWA champion to equip and protect young women leaders from gendered disinformation before they enter national political spaces? You've seen Vihiga, how the whole thing happened. So how can WOSWA participate in this process? Thank you.
So as WOSWA, we focus on finding out specific challenges that we may be facing and coming up with solutions that we are able to actualize with our means. Currently, we are speaking to people, creating awareness, and also reaching out to the ICT departments and such like institutions, and also other national, like other external organizations, to find out avenues we can use to report such instances. And we have a number of frameworks, even within UON, that address such political misconduct and how political parties and individuals who are vying, how they should behave. We also have our UNSA constitutions and things like that. And they are really followed up on, like the school is very strict with such. So in the instance where you find someone is harassing you online or even physically, we have channels, we have emails, we know these offices, they are very open, and as WOSWA, we encourage people, if they fear getting to these offices themselves, they can reach out to us because we make ourselves available.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we respect and honor our online participants. We'll give you a chance, we know there are questions online, we'll give you a chance. Now we have our presenter, Bashir Asha, People's Liberation Party. She is presenting virtually and is being coordinated from here. Okay, so we could see her? Okay. Yeah, so let's give her a chance to present. So, Okay, Bashir, we had introduced you, so here are your questions. They will be very brief since you are virtual. Okay, as a leader of People's Liberation Party, how does your party ensure gender equality and safety within its internal nomination and leadership processes? Thank you. Okay, I'll repeat the question again. How does your party ensure gender equality and safety within its internal nomination and leadership processes?
I can hear you. Can I respond? Can you be able to hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you.
So the process for PLP, I don't know if you can hear me, Virginia.
We can hear you.
Political party called People's Liberation Party has developed mechanisms. I do not know if you can hear me.
Tell her we are hearing you. We are hearing you.
Can you hear me?
Bashir, we are hearing you. We can hear you so well. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Okay. Proceed.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry that you can't hear me.
Proceed, we can hear you.
I was saying, thank you very much for this opportunity, and my apologies. I was to make physically, but I had a family emergency this morning. However, let me dive straight to the question you asked. As a political party, the footing of a political party starts with the respect for the rule of law. As a party, that is our bedrock, and one of the structures we put in place is to ensure equal representation. And I dare say today to the participants, in any political party, women take the lion's share. It's only that we are allowed to be segregated on that rationale. So as PLP, if you find a league like PWD, it has women. Youth has women. It is only the women league that only has us as a tribe as women. So as PLP, structures we've taken place internally. Number one, we've had fair representation at the neck. I am the youngest Secretary General in the country. So that gives a platform for also younger people who aspire to join politics. Number two, PLP has also ensured that we have the quotas set in place for nomination of women, even candidates and aspiring candidates. Number three is the mentorship and capacity building. Because it's one thing I've heard my sister talk about, it's one thing to be a politician, and it's another to go and seek for an elected seat for the first time as a woman. There are many dynamics, as they say, the ground is different. So we try to do from the leagues and from the party leadership headed by Honorable Martha Karua to try and have more women understand the theory of politics. And I dare say that sometimes it's important also to learn from the women who've been there before, because in as much as systems change, activism has now changed, but the structure is still the same. The tribe is still women. So as PLP, other than the gender quotas, fair representation at all organs, we've also established the legal committee in the party, which addresses legal concerns from our members. On the issue of violence, we cannot address because we have many candidates across the country. What we do is capacity build and encourage women especially, that if you're going for a rally, you can't. And number one, number two, let the secretariat or the branch chair at your local level, let the branch chair know where your locality is, where you're going to do your campaign, because that helps us to also stock take and see this violence, even from a study perspective, where is it predominantly the highest. It is quite unfortunate that women have been construed to be seen as lesser, but the space is there. For me to encourage the younger generation of women, there is nothing stopping us. It is true, we must have money, but we have the capacity. Take a political party as an internship, just like any career. I'm an advocate. Before I was sworn in and before my practice, I had to go for PPH. I had to do a judicial attachment. So even for the younger generation and for the women who want to join politics, start from a political party and learn. And go for a political party before you join. Look at the constitution. Look at how that party operates. What is it they stand for, especially for women? Because all political parties are established to capture power.
Okay. Okay, Bashir, the last question. Okay, Bashir, that is well understood. Okay, Bashir, that is well understood. The last one now, you have 2 minutes. How can political parties collaborate across party lines to create safer political spaces for women?
There's a tribe called women. When we go out there, if I see my sister is attacked, it's an attack on women. I dare say that as political parties, we cannot act alone in a silo. We act with synergy. And mine was to tell the stakeholders and the women of Kenya that we must have irreducible minimums in any political party or formation or coalition. That political parties can come together under one ambit, that we are women, and as women, we have concerns that are different from our male counterparts. And therefore, if anyone wants to be a party leader, you must sign the code of conduct for women, the irreducible minimums as a political party. What are the irreducible minimums that each party leader and each secretary general can sign, so that even if we're in different political parties, our rule and our tribe is one. that we are not here as lesser, we are here to take up the space because we are equal in the building of this nation. So that would be the best approach, that just like now the youth have their own focus, can the women also have a document that they can work with and an irreducible minimum signed by the 93 political parties that are in Kenya, so that it is not only the big political parties, but it is a code of conduct signed by the Secretary Generals and the political party leadership.
Okay, Bashir, we hear you.
And then we look at these political parties that are not adhering to the standards we have set as women, including eliminating the form of violence that is happening in campaign period.
Okay, Bashir, we hear you, we hear you. What can be your parting shot in 1 minute, in 1 second? What is your parting shot on this debate?
My parting shot is we've come a long way. The 2010 Constitution was a first win for us as Kenyans and as Kenyan women. We cannot continue crying. The only thing I'll urge people is to wake up and take up the spaces. Because...
Okay, wake up and take up spaces. Okay, thank you, Bashir. Hold on there. We've had maybe there will be a question from for you on people who are here and the people who are online. Thank you so much for your participation. We understand you've participated so well despite not being here. I just want to give you 1 second each to give us your parting shot. Let me now start with Regina again. Parting shot in 1 minute. After this, we'll go to okay. Sorry, Regina, I'm told you don't give your parting shot. We give the online questions. Where are the online questions? Do you have them? Can somebody read the online questions, because the online people will feel discriminated? So just wait for 1 minute. Online questions. Who can read them? Who is online? Who is following online? Okay, there is no question. So we can have the parting shot. Eh? Huh? Oh, the physical questions. Yeah. Okay, thank you. There is, okay, there is Mary from WOSWA. CPA, yeah. Okay, first up, let the question be brief and to the point.
Thank you. My name is Mary Ojwang, and I'm glad to see Ruth journeying forward and representing us. We grew with Ruth together in politics, and we also advanced together in national politics. I also applied in Vihiga in 2017. And hearing your story is not different for all of us, and we've seen other young women say the same stories. We also see women like bad girl Millie Odhiambo surviving in those fields. We see other young women also being abused and surviving in those fields, but abuse is not the way to go, right? So what is the way forward as stakeholders in this space? Because justice systems has failed, and also the system is too chaotic for women, and it's too hostile for women and young women. So if we have to participate in this space, and funding is constrained, and even this funding comes with expectations, because there is abuse that comes when I'm coming to a political party leader to support my participation.
Okay, be brief, please.
Yeah, I'm going to make it brief. So I have to sometimes experience some sexual advances, of which if I refuse, I get sidelined. If I refuse, I don't get platforms to air my campaign agenda when they are going for rallies. So the space is hostile. So what is the way forward for us?
Okay, that is question 1. Let's have question 2. Let's note down. Somebody will answer. Okay, here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Vicky Owakibebuye. I'm a PhD student in sociology and women affairs. I have 2 questions.
Yes.
The political parties, there used to be civic education. We don't see it nowadays. We find somebody asked here, how are we voting people of unknown character? The women in the village, when they're given 50 shillings, they'll vote for whoever gave them 50 shillings. Where is the civic education for them to know to vote the right person who is going to take their rights? And number 2, today we are here because it's a Women's Day. after this, when will we meet again to talk about women issues? When will we meet again to talk about women affairs? We hear you who have been in politics how you've been harassed. Harassment to women is everywhere, including their bedrooms. How many people talk about it?
Thank you. Thank you. I just have a few comments, not questions as such.
Okay, listen please. Listen to the comment from the front.
Number one, I just want to clarify that every political party is supposed to have those organs. I talked about the governing body. It's supposed to have the elections board to oversee the party nominations and party primaries. It's supposed to have the internal dispute resolution mechanism. It's supposed to have the disciplinary committee. And it's also supposed to have like the NDC where the elections happen of the leaders and hold regular elections at a maximum of 5 years. So these are mandatory requirements and governance processes that must happen within a political party in that order of structures. So I'm happy to hear that most of the political parties, like the ones that are speaking, they have these structures and they are functional because they are a requirement in law. They are not good practices by individual parties. Number two, I wanted to speak to what my young sister is doing very well. Congratulations, keep it up. And we want to see that energy and vigor post the university because as an office we had a program whereby we've been going out to universities. We even came to the University of Nairobi, only that we cannot come here every day to do public lectures on political education. If you go to our website, we have the political education manual or a source book. So that even if we can't reach you, please download. You'll get everything about what you would be sensitized by our office, even if we can't reach out to you. Go to the ORPP website, you will download the political parties source book or curriculum. And there's a specific curriculum for women, yeah, whereby you get strategies on how women can be assisted in terms of the strategies you can use to survive the murky world of politics. But then we also work in USPAC, and USPAC is working with a lot of stakeholders in especially political duty bearers and other stakeholders. We've worked with them very closely, including IBC. I request that the information that you get as universities, when you come, please make use of it, because we're giving them a lot of information, including documents, that we expect them to use to cascade that information to other leaders and including other groups so that they can benefit, because you also need to add value to yourself. So kindly get in touch with USPAC. We always invite them for our meetings. I think even next week or next week but one, we'll have a meeting with them, because we cannot reach out to each individual, but I think we are leaders, we expect them to cascade. About women caucus, just to finish this, that there's a caucus for political party leadership, women leadership. They have come together to form a caucus. We tell them, before you became a political leader, political official, you are a woman. So you have your women issues. So also it's very important, those of us who are in political parties, let's also look for the caucus so that we can join at the national level and at the county level. There is a lot that women are doing together beyond the political parties where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is just not a question, but just an addition to what my colleague CPA has said on the issue of caucus. That even at political parties level, at PPLC, we have a caucus of women. And in this caucus, this is where we discuss the women-related issues. And therefore, those of you who are in political parties, it is to join caucus, then you will know what is going on. And another addition is what a colleague said, that political parties no longer have civic education. That's a very, very important question. And I think it is very, very true. But I want to just give an example that of my political party, that we have been conducting sensitization workshops across the 47 counties in this republic, so that our leaders on the ground at the polling station can actually sensitize, can actually educate the rest of our members on the ground. So we have taken it seriously and we have covered 47 counties.
I think that is good information for us. There was a student. You're a student?
Yes.
Okay.
My name is, good afternoon. My name is Michelle Jukurui, a fourth-year student. I'm also vying for the MP in Rongai constituency, coming 2027. So my question is, as you are trying to aim to achieve that agenda in even targeting the women rep positions, are we okay? Are we satisfied that women in the women representative? Because most of people say that the women representative is a sympathy. It's a sympathy seat. We just elect you because you are a woman. And seeing according to the current statistic, the women who vied for the positions in MCA and MPs have increased from 11% to 13.9%, 115 women being out of the 1,000 who are vying for the positions of MCA being elected. Are we encouraging the women to join, even apart from the women rep? Are we encouraging them to even vie for the MCA seats and for the MPs? Thank you.
All right, I'll respond to the last question that you just asked about women representatives. When it comes to looking at the quality of leadership in this country, I wonder why we always narrow the lens to the women when we have so many bad male leaders that we never talk about. Number two, we have very good examples of women representatives, and not just women representatives, but women leaders who are holding positions in other positions, like governors. You see Gladys Wanga working very hard. You see Gladys Boschole as a woman rep working very hard. You see Catherine Omanyo working very hard. And these women I'm mentioning are not even members of my political party. You see Millie Odhiambo working very hard. Why is it that when we want to look at examples of leadership, we focus on the bad leadership in women and we don't highlight the good leadership that, in my opinion, is actually better? We have better examples of good women leaders than we have of bad women leaders. And then secondly, financing is an issue for women representatives. You're given GAF, which is not necessarily sufficient to cover all the activities in a constituency. Even if you want to build, for example, a rescue center for girls in a constituency, the money you have to handle all the issues in that constituency is not enough to even build half a rescue center for girls, sufficient one, in a constituency. So I think financing is what limits the capacity of women leaders to perform. And second, can we focus also on the good examples of leadership? And third, male leaders have a higher percentage of bad leadership than female leaders because they are more in numbers.
Okay, for us as a commission, we also do civic education from a peace building perspective, and we also do gender our civic education. So we will have meetings with women. We've also done civic education for women who are vying for political positions. Specifically, we just mobilize look for women who are vying for political positions and do civic education on how also they can protect themselves from violence, besides issues of peace building, because just also talking about violent extremism, and we want whether women or men going for these positions to be able to know where to report if an issue happens, but also how to protect themselves as individuals, especially as women.
The one of finance has been answered.
The way forward, yeah, there is injustices, but it's still happening. So as young women, as women in politics, as women in leadership, what is the way forward? Do we fight on with these men? Do we join the violence? Or how do we change the status quo?
If I remember very well, Mary, your question began with by saying that women, for you to even get the ear of the party leader, you're sexualized, you asked for sexual favors. I think the best way forward is women must talk. If it happens, talk. So that it becomes such a shamed thing to do that a political party leader, before they approach anybody, they know this one has the potential of talking. And talk with evidence, you know, not just talking with evidence. And then secondly, we must hold these people to account. Within our political parties, we must have vocal women leagues, very vocal ones, such that when something like that happens, in as much as the women league leader can be an appointee of a party leader, which should not be the case, women league leaders should be independent appointees of political parties, such that when such cases come up, they can be addressed by the various women leaders. But like I've said, talk about it. The more we talk about it, the less it happens. Because I'm sure right now, there's nobody in Vihiga County who will rape somebody else in another person's campaign team, because I talk about it vocally. And the person who was responsible for it, I usually blast her. It's just that now I've become, you know, a born again. Yes.
Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. I believe this was a very good conversation. We need to carry forward this conversation on Instagram, on Twitter. If they have a Twitter handle, we should be able to lead this conversation. I will request the chair, Dr. Osele, to join the photo session. I'm looking for FIDA, if they're in the house. The representatives from FIDA, my other panelists as well, please, I'll request you to come on board. Before we go, after this, we're going to go for a photo session on the 5th floor. The 5th floor is one floor upstairs. We have a very good view where we can take very good photos. We shall walk up to the 5th floor, so please don't leave. After the photo session, you will come down to enjoy our meal. I believe each and every one of us in the room has a meal card. If you don't have a meal card yet, there is a lady who is seated here. Please kindly request you to stand up. I wish to appreciate the online audience as I welcome in the chair. I'm kindly requesting for a minute before I'll kindly ask you to take your seats, and I invite the chair for political science, Dr. Otele, to come and give us a word of thanks and give us parting short remarks about the occasion.
Yes, good afternoon once again. Good afternoon. Yes, quite excited that we have come this far. We should appreciate ourselves at this time. I like to take this moment to provide closing remarks. And I will begin this way. As we come to the close of this important public dialogue, so you allow me to extend our sincere appreciation to all of you. Of course, you have taken time to participate in this important dialogue on violence against women in politics as a precursor event to International Women's Day on 18th March. A lot of things have been said, and I will wish to summarize in a few words. This dialogue has reminded us very powerful truth that actually democracy cannot flourish where fear exists. And listening to speakers, we have heard that when women who seek to participate in political life are threatened, intimidated, harassed, or silenced, then that constrains political participation. Broadly, our democracy then diminishes. Our chief guest, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor John Mande, spoke passionately about the university as a convening space. I would like then to extend again our gratitude to Prof. John Mande for gracing this important event, offering leadership and support in advancing the university commitment to gender equality and inclusive governance. We also appreciate our Dean, Professor Jack Odhiambo, who supported this initiative. Of course, we have had a high-profile representation from IBC, Office of Registrar of Political Party. We appreciate all the institutions from government who are represented here. I also like to acknowledge our partners, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, our Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya, and our own student, Women Students Mentorship Association, WOSWA, for being with us and supporting this initiative. Of course, now what is on everybody's lip is next year's election, 2027. We have seen our own students have interest in the forthcoming election. So as we approach the next electoral cycle, the issues we have discussed today will actually become more relevant, and in fact they are very urgent. So violence against women in politics is not just a gender issue, it's a governance issue, it's a democratic issue, and above all, it's a human right issue. So addressing this issue will require coordinated, action point from all the institutions concerned. We are happy that we had serious representation from political parties, the key players, law enforcement officers, from the communities, and above all, us as citizens who are voters, as citizens who are observers. So let us therefore leave this dialogue not only with the deep understanding, but also with the renewed responsibility. Each institution represented here has a role to play in ensuring that political participation in Kenya is defined by ideas rather than intimidation. And we hope we have open space. We have kick-started the conversation. Other spaces, other networks will take from this particular point. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to offer powerful remarks from our own Kofi Annan, former Secretary General of United Nations, who once said, "There is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women." In fact, today we can qualify that statement by saying there is no democracy more stable than one in which women participate fully safely, and with dignity. As we celebrate International Women's Day on 8th Sunday, I wish we keep these words in our minds. So let us therefore continue to work together so that the next generation of Kenyan women who enter politics do so not with fear, but with confidence, not with barriers, but with opportunities. So on the behalf of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration here at the University of Nairobi, I sincerely thank you all for your participation, powerful insights, and your commitment to that discourse. Asanteni sana and safe travels.
Let's give another round of applause to Dr. Kele. Thank you very much. We've now come to the tail end of our event. I welcome all of us to go up to the 5th floor. We have a very beautiful view there. We can take a group photo for our department because we love coloring our website. And having your beautiful pictures on our website is a plus that shall go a long way. For our online viewers, we want to thank you very much for joining in this conversation. May God bless all of you, and I look forward to being your host some other time. My name is Lynette Nunda. I was your MC for the day. I work at the University of Nairobi. God bless all of us and have a good afternoon. After you take a photo, please you can come down to the 4th floor to enjoy your plate of lunch. We're going up to the 5th floor. It is one step upstairs. Just right, this is the 4th floor, so we're going up on the 5th floor to take a group photo, and then we can come up.